Welcome. You're not late.
Right, try my best not to be.
Okay, I'll call the meeting to order, June 6th budget review workshop, and without further ado, let's turn it over to Jeff and or Natalie.
Yeah, so we do have a roll call and a public comment period.
Oh, we do? Okay, a roll call, I'm sorry.
Directors Hardonish,
Here.
Cardini,
Here.
Logan,
Here.
Pearson,
Here.
and Peterson.
Here. And is there anybody on there? There's nobody in the audience, so we'll move right along.
Okay. Thank you all for making the time today. I did include in your binder right behind the agenda, just these budget highlights that I prepared, kind of like talking points. I'd recommend just pulling them out of the binder. And then these are the items that I wanted to discuss. As we get to the various sections of the budget, feel free to stop me if I'm skipping over something, or you want to go into some detail on an item that maybe isn't even on here. I'll just start by just talking about some big picture items with the whole document. This is an incomplete draft. It still needs the budget transmittal letter, wage schedule, and department summaries, but it does include all of the numbers portion of the budget. The summary of fund balances, line item detail for every fund. This budget was reviewed by the Finance and Administration Committee, at least the line item detail for each fund back in mid-May, and this is being brought forward after that review. There were no material changes that were made to the budget since the committee meeting. If there's consensus by the board to revise the draft as we go, if there's something that there's consensus in doing so, we will make those changes for the June 20th public hearing draft or version of the budget for consideration. And then the additional items will be provided to you either before June 20th as a part of that packet or at June 20th before the public hearing. And those items can just be shoved into this this binder. So sort of overall, this budget does not propose any new full-time positions. Asset replacement and cash reserves from the strategic financial policies are fully incorporated in all funds. I start out with reviewing the summary of fund balance. Those are on page 8 and 9. Page 9 is the picture of the current year with our July 1st, 2022 beginning balances tied to our audited financials. That audit was accepted by you last November. It might have been December, anyway, last fall. So those have been updated. The revenue estimates for the current fiscal year have been updated over the last couple of months. The expenditures, all of these items are updated. They do tie to the line item detail. And then page 8, I just want to note just one thing that a couple of things have occurred that might differ from how you looked at the prior budget or prior draft or last year's budget. And that is under the fund balances for July 1st, 2022, two things. One, the admin fund OPEB balance of $11,000 is real different from what we reported previously. Because during the fiscal year of 2022-23, we merged all of those OPEB balances from the various funds into administration. That was approved last year. Because that was planned, we had the admin fund absorb all of the 2021-22 losses that fiscal year from July 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2022. The OPEB investment actually decreased in value due to losses because those are kind of tied to the stock market. We accepted all that loss in the admin fund as opposed to trying to spread it across the various funds. The ending balance is the same either way. The ending balance for that. And then secondly, the actual balance listed as July 1st, 2022 now includes what I'll call paper losses on investments. These are losses that were never realized, but because interest rates were at a pace of rapid rising during last summer, the value of a lot of our investments, the CDs in particular, had paper losses, right? When the interest rate goes up, the value of our investments that are tied to low interest rates goes down. So there's a paper loss. So in order to make the actual balance tied to the financial statements that were approved by the board, we've shown those losses in this column for July 1st, 2022. They're not real losses, right? There only would have been losses had we sold the investment for a loss at that moment in time. But so the figures tie together, we've reflected that in the July 1, 2022 balance. So if you were to compare this to, let's say, the budget we put together last year with our estimated balances, you might find there's some differences, and that's one of the key reasons as to why. There are probably going to be some more losses this year, because again, interest rates have continued to climb pretty drastically. So again, all of the district's investments that were purchased a couple of years ago when the interest rates were real low are gonna end up with a paper loss again. So it'll kind of compound, and that you'll see that a year from now. We have not estimated what those losses are, because in some cases the investment matured and was bought at a much higher rate, repurchased at a much higher rate, and wouldn't have had the loss. So page 8 is the year under study, or next fiscal year 2023-24. The projected balance is tied to our estimated balance for June 30th. Anyway, this is, I think the real critical piece of page to kind of study and understand how this page shows all the interactions between all the various funds, where there's transfers and contributions to asset replacement and all of those kinds of items. The property tax forecast, which is shown in detail on page 13, is from the San Luis Obispo County's estimate. I'll call it a conservative estimate. It's about 3.3% up from the current year. So typically, I think all but 1 year since I've been here, the county's estimate has been below what's actually received. So we've typically beat that by a small amount. The internal property tax split that is recommended to remain the same as the past several years in terms of how much of the property tax goes to the fire fund, to streetlights fund, and to parks, recreation, and solid waste. Is projected to be is recommended in this budget to remain the same. It has been a pretty fixed figure for a number of years. Again, stop me at any time if you have questions about any of these pages or these items. The interest income as compared to just sort of in general, compared to the current year budget, is up across all funds. Interest rates are rising. We're earning more investment earnings. And so interest, you'll see in a number of funds, is up.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to go back to the last statement you made about internal property tax split recommended to remain the same. And you said that was done several years ago and it stayed the same thing and hasn't changed. So do you think at some point it's worth reviewing what went into making those decisions for what the internal property tax split was, and to compare it to now to see what's going on now? Because I know there's been changes in the Parks and Rec fund, in terms of we have combined this solid waste to that fund. And then, we always say have a proposition for fire department, but also I know that there is a recommendation or for administration changes for allocation for fire fund. So all those changes, and to me, they make it a substantial difference. So do you think it's worth a review to see what went into that decision and how we, compare to these,
And we can do whatever the board would like as far as a historical review. It hasn't been materially changed in at least a decade. So we have to dig deep to find. I know there were times 20 and 30 years ago where there was more volatility. I would suggest that maybe if you want to have this, if you want to talk about this further, you just grab this, set it aside till after we've gone through all the funds, because then you'll understand the impacts of. Because the budget as we've prepared for you, has implemented this split, and you'll see what the net result is, and if after you review that. There's a desire to revisit this for this year or something a longer term, we can kind of go back and look at it.
Okay.
Because all of the funds, it affects those 4 funds, and a couple, like I can try to note to you where I think. At some point down the road, there'll have to be some sort of change as we go through this.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Question on that, I don't know if it's. I understand going back and looking at the historical part, but I think what's more pertinent is to look at. What the monies are and what they are today, and
Yeah.
see whether or not changes should be done according to
Exactly.
that. Versus why did that come about? Instead of spending staff time on how that was decided, but. Just making sure that both fire and Parks and Rec have enough money to keep providing the services to the community.
So I'll try to note as we go through these funds where I think, at least in the long term, there might need to be some changes. Again, interest income is up. PERS retirement costs, you'll notice, and again, this affects all the funds, is down as compared to last year. That is solely because of the pay down of the UAL 2 years ago. 2 fiscal years ago, we paid decision was made late in the fiscal year, but 2 fiscal year, this time a year ago, we paid down the UAL. We didn't expect PERS to rerun our actuarials, but they did. And so starting in July, our UAL payments have zeroed out. So that is the sole reason why these costs are down for every fund. The actual contributions for PERS are up starting in July 1st. For most, we have 6 plans, so everyone has a little bit of different impact, are up a little bit. This UAL issue, it's not gone for good. We will accumulate a new unfunded accrued liability anytime PERS investments are below the actuarial estimates. And we've had a couple of bad investment years that we're following. PERS information lags reality by a couple of years. And then they finance this or spread the pain out for a long time. So maybe as soon as next year, we'll begin to see some of that UAL. I'm not sure. It won't be huge right away, but this topic of UAL, we're not done talking about it. It'll be a topic going forward. Workers' comp costs are up materially across all funds. You'll note that. I'm noting these now because they affect everybody. And then probably an item that's worth kind of spending just a little bit of time on now, and maybe again after you reviewed it all, is we had a consistent cost allocation for like a 12 years or 11 years or so, where the percentages were fixed, and those percentages assigned to every fund were fixed, but the costs were basically that year's admin fund expense. We've known for a while now that this was something that didn't match reality in terms of what was likely proper. We funded, or the budget included funding a cost allocation plan update for about 3 years, but during COVID, it didn't make sense to tackle it. So many things were a unique challenge, and we weren't sure how fast we'd recover from it and what might change. So this last fall, we actually had RGS help us prepare a new administrative allocation. That work was finalized over the course of the spring, and the Admin and Finance Committee reviewed 2 drafts of it in March and April. I've included the document. It's dated April 5th in your budget document. It's posted online as well. This is the updated draft, or the latest information that the Admin and Finance Committee asked that we incorporate into the budget. And so the document includes these recommendations. We can answer questions about this. The Admin and Finance Committee spent quite a bit of time reviewing it over on a couple of different meetings. It does every fund changes, the percentage allocation changes. The other thing that's important here is to keep in mind is this is no longer stagnant. The figures would be dynamic based on the prior year's financial statements. It's tied to each fund's expenditures. There's a report here that can go into some detail if you'd like to read it. But these figures will probably change a little bit from year to year based on the prior. These figures are based on the 2021-22 fiscal year final audited figures. So a year from now, these percentages will all change a little bit based on the current year's final financial figures. I don't expect those changes to be radical from year to year in terms of percentages, but over time, they will not be stagnant. Maybe in over a 10-year period of time, some of the percentage allocations might change fairly materially if one fund or one operation has a significant growth in expenditures. This has impacts throughout the budget. It was recommended by the Finance and Administration Committee that this cost allocation plan be formally incorporated into the district's policies. I think it'll be recommended to be kind of a chapter or a reference in our strategic financial policies. But I haven't done that yet because I wanted to make sure the board understood how its impact is felt within the budget. And then after you're satisfied with how this all works out, I would be recommending that this be adopted by the district before the budget is adopted. So like on the 20th, but sequentially before the budget's adopted, since the budget uses it. So we can discuss it now, or I can kind of talk, we can look, you see through, as you go through each fund, you'll see the impacts. Essentially, there's some minors that there's some reductions to what water and sewer pay and Parks, Recreation, Solid Waste has paid over the last few years. There's a comparison on the first page of it, and then an increase. Streetlight fund gets assigned a cost, a CFD fund gets assigned a cost. Those didn't exist previously. Drainage fund goes down, fire goes up and pretty materially. But just also keep in mind the fire fund's changed a lot over the last few years in terms of our investment in fire services. So as we go through the budget, you'll see how this has been folded in. So we can talk about it. If you have questions about it now, we're happy to answer them. If you want to wait and go through and see if you have questions based on the results of how it's incorporated, we can tackle this at the end, just like the property tax issue. Up to you.
My recommendation is that we tackle it at the end.
I would agree.
I agree.
Okay. Let's see. So we still have, we're posting just for historical purposes, this historical data. It's on page 15. It's just sort of general interest. Nothing super significant. The GAN calculation, the GAN limit is required to be adopted annually. And so we incorporate it to our budget. And you'll notice that in the resolution that the board will consider likely on June 20th, there's a reference to the GAN calculation. And then engineering costs are also included in this overall on page 17 and 18. Those costs are not appropriated separately. They're embedded into primarily the water and sewer fund, but in some other cases, a small portion of drainage and Parks, Recreation, and Solid Waste as well. Again, relatively small portions, same allocation as had existed previously. So I've outlined this in the same order the budget, the budget funds are assigned, the order the budget's in. And I'm prepared to walk you through it in that order. We can tackle it in any other order. But what I had planned on doing is simply, if we start running close to out of time, I'll stop and we'll skip ahead to Parks and Recreation, Solid Waste, so that we don't have to tackle that potentially after 7 o'clock. Myself, Chief Peterson, Natalie Clark, we're all going to be here for the 7 o'clock meeting anyways. And so if fire or admin or any of the other smaller funds end up having to be postponed to after 7, it won't require anyone else to stay later. They'll be here anyways. So that's kind of my plan. All right, so stop me again if you want to dive into any of these things. I'm gonna turn then to the line item detail for water fund, which starts on page 27. The whole chapter, page 19, but the numbers on page 27. I'll just comment on a few things. So the revenue forecast is up over our current year projections. That is solely because we thought this current year was an anomaly with a really wet winter and we had really low water usage from December all the way through March, really April as well as compared to most years. So we've projected an increase in water usage. We don't know what next winter is going to hold, but that's why they're up a little bit. The customer service representative position has historically been funded in administration. This is another area that affects the cost allocation plan. When we were developing the plan, we talked about were there any expenses in administration that really didn't benefit the district departments in a universal way or broadly. And while the customer service rep position does service reception and take counter inquiries and whatnot, the primary duty is billing and payment processing and customer service associated with water and wastewater billing. So we're recommending moving the funding for that position, not where that person sits, but moving it to just water and sewer. So the costs associated with that position are no longer spread out throughout the district. If that makes sense, it lowers the admin fund and lowers the impact to the other funds. We've done that with a couple of other things too that are really minor. I didn't highlight them, but for example, we have an after hours phone answering service that's used almost exclusively for for processing after hours calls and dispatching a utility crew member for like a water leak or a wastewater problem. We move those costs out of admin. Again, that doesn't serve much of a benefit for the district as a whole, and move those costs directly into water and sewer. Again, for the same purpose, to try to make the admin fund just services that provides benefit to all the funds, not just for one. There is there is funding remaining in the water fund for what was our permit compliance specialist position. We've spent essentially half of those funds with the Wallace Group implementing the FOG program and the discharge permit program, and that continues to work better, I think, than we'd seen when we didn't have that service available. And we've retained funding on the water side in the water fund, or the funds for it, so about half. Line item legal services is still quite high, or much higher than it would be otherwise because of the Steinbeck case. I really don't have a great way of estimating those costs. This trial drags on and on. And even though next year we expect to have another phase of the trial, I don't know if it'll actually happen. The court punts the case. The plaintiff's attorneys have been able to drag this on much longer. So I don't know if we'll really spend the $75,000, but it's possible. And then just most other line items are not that dissimilar from years past. So again, other than the things I already kind of talked about, big drops in PERS retirement, drops in or increases in workers' comp, etc. I had comments on the one-time expenses, those items that are kind of detailed on page 28. Just wanted to call to your attention. There's some funding for some mapping updates, fairly minor. There's still funding included for the water efficient landscape retrofit, so the cash for grass concept, and the water softener program that we've now had for about 2 years. We didn't spend all the $30,000 last year, but we programmed $30,000 again for that. I don't know, we're out of the drought mode, but there still is some interest in for folks to participate. We wanted to have funding available. Master plan update at $70,000. We accomplished a little bit of this work this current fiscal year. The vast majority or the main master plan hasn't yet begun, so that funding is in there. And then you'll see the urban water management plan. The board approved a contract February, I want to say, somewhere around there, to do the urban water management plan. That we're somewhere around halfway done, or will be by June, and so it'll be finished later this summer. And so it's not new money or additional money, it's just, the project's gonna split 2 fiscal years. That's why there's $22,500 program there. 10 grand is programmed for replacing eye wash stations at required sites. Basically, anywhere we have chemicals, we're required to have an eye wash station. And what we've got right now are semi-operational eye wash stations. And so we want to just replace everything so they all work the same way. It is something that hopefully is never needed, but needs to work when you need it. And so it's a safety issue.
I thought that was gonna be out of the sewer fund. It's out of the water fund,
Water fund. If we talked about it in sewer,
because we
I
talked
would think
about.
anywhere where you're using chemicals, you need to have that available.
We may have mentioned it as well for lift station 3 and the odor control chemicals that are gonna be used over at lift station 3. And
Yeah.
installing an eye wash station over there, but it's absolutely intended for all of our well sites where we're gonna be using sodium hypochlorite for disinfection. We're definitely gonna be looking at replacing all of those showers.
Oh, so it's allocated to to the well sites then, correct, and not to the sewage? Okay, got it. I just thought it was coming out of sewer, but now I understand.
We've got 18 grand program for raising some valve boxes in roadways. Ideally, we would coordinate well with the county, and when the county wants to do a road project, they would let us know in advance, and we could decide whether we want to. Whether we're prepared to raise those utilities. When I say raise them, if the county overlays the road, adds an inch of pavement on top, then we've got to come back and cut out that section of the roadway and raise the concrete and the valve boxes so that those valves are accessible and not underneath the asphalt. But last year, the county came and did a road improvement project that was, at least to us, not planned. I mean, I'm sure it was planned. Somebody had money and they did it, and they did a nice job, and it's great for Templeton to have these improved roads. But we didn't have enough notice to either engage their contractor or decide how we were gonna do this. So in some cases, they just went and paved over our utilities. So Justin's got the count. There's a couple dozen valve boxes that need to be raised up, or valve box locations. 25 grand is programmed for some water main valves. We've had a number of these for a number of years, and so it's good to get started, good to make some notable progress. These valves typically, not in this case, they're seized, they can no longer be turned. These are mostly stuck open or partly open, so the water's still flowing through these valves, but we cannot close them. And so if we were to have a leak on one of those streets, we may not be able to get a seal off, and it would be troublesome to repair the leak, and we can no longer exercise the valves, keep them in operating condition. 25 grants proposed for that. And then we wanted to talk about this. We have a 1998 John Deere tractor that the district's owned for 25 years. That is not ideally operational, and maybe never did a great job at any of its primary tasks. We're recommending replacing that tractor with a larger unit. We can bring up, if you'd like, some images, depends on how interested you are in talking about this, of a larger tractor that's more capable of maintaining the Selby site. I know we're talking about the water fund, but that's the tractor's kind of primary use is maintaining the Selby site, where we get into those ponds and remove the kind of hardened sand layer that forms on the top of the ponds after they've been in use for some period of time to maintain proper percolation. So a larger tractor would be able to accomplish that with less man hours and have more options about how the maintenance is performed. There's also lots of benefits to the water fund. The tractor serves as weed abatement and as other utility for the water sites. Remember, like we have the nearly 50-acre Creekside site that's a water site that the tractor would be of use for or use at. There are 2 service trucks that are recommended for replacement for the water fund to be $83,000. One of those is not a new item. We budgeted for a replacement of service truck this year. However, there was a lack of availability for fleet vehicles. We talked about this a couple months ago, and we were unable to actually purchase the truck. Even though we've recently issued a purchase order to kind of hold one for us, it's not expected to become available till next year. So those are kind of carryover funds. Additionally, the price of the vehicles have gone up over the past year or so. The second vehicle is actually kind of a heavier duty truck that has a hoist or a crane that's mounted on it, that's used to pull up pumps. And that truck is facing some maintenance issues, so it's recommended to be replaced with a like capability. In other words, this boom or lift that would lift up pumps out of a wet well, or potentially pumps, even potentially a well pump. And then we've programmed funds for continuing the pre-construction activities at the Nacimiento Recharge and Recovery Project site. If it's progress there will be contingent upon us securing an easement, likely contingent on securing an easement. But those are not new money. They've been programmed in the past, and this is the remaining funds. One new item that you've not seen before is the Platts River well. We have two well on a site we call Platts. It's on the northern tip of well, it's actually out of the district boundary. It's up behind what used to be, or what kind of behind Delta RV or Wayne's Tire, back against the river. We have a deep well that has some arsenic challenges, and this year for the first time it's been having relatively high arsenic readings for some time, but this time had readings of 10, which exceed the limit. And so when it has a 10 parts per billion.
Yep, you're right.
Anyways, we had to take it out of service. There's a river well at that same site on the same property, just a few hundred feet to the south. But that river well has been problematic for years. It hasn't really been used by the district for a long time. There are a number of issues with it. One, it doesn't have electricity to it, so it operates off of a generator or a natural gas motor that's not very reliable. Secondly, the well was placed quite close to the river, and over time the riverbank has eroded, and now it's too close. Anytime there's surface water, we can't use that river well because it's too close to the surface water. So the state's regulations won't let us use it. And then, even though we haven't really been using it this year, the casing, we've been monitoring it, but the actual well, the pipe that goes down to access the water has broken, and it's no longer serviceable at all, even if we were able to make other upgrades to it. So that well needs to be replaced. And the reason it's more pressing now than previously is that we need a source of blend water at the site. If we're able to operate the river well simultaneously with the deep well, we can ensure that nobody in the distribution system is receiving exceedingly high arsenic limits. It's the same strategy that we've had for years at the Creekside site. It's a simple approach. Additionally, we now have a more reliable water supply at that location. Not that there wasn't enough water before, but when we deposit water at Selby, for example, and we don't have the demand for it at the Smith well or the Creekside well, or when that water becomes available there, it continues to flow downstream. And so we track how much water we could pick up at that site. And so there's right now we really don't have a way of doing so. So there's some advantages. Since we need to move the well, we need to acquire an easement. There's some complexities involved here. It's not something we can just go take care of ASAP. But we've programmed funds for that reason.
The fund includes the acquisition of the easement, legal fees or not?
So I don't know if this is a kind of a placeholder figure. I mean, this is more than we spent last time we replaced a well, but there are some complications dealing with this easement and such. So if we think the costs are going to go up, we would report back to the board. Let's see, we've got $3,600 is a program for a modern underground utility locator. This is something that we would use very regularly. We do utility markings nearly daily based on underground service alert requirements, plus just our own needs to locate lines for repairs and those kinds of things. So all in all, the ongoing revenues exceed the ongoing expenditures, including transfers, by about $914,000 in the water fund. If you include the one-time expenses, some of which we just talked about, the water fund is still to the good of about $733,000 for next year. So we're building up our fund balance. The water funds remains quite healthy. Don't take that, I mean, I wouldn't suggest you take that as like, we'll never need another rate increase. We have, new obligations that continue to come our way. For example, we just received last week some additional requirements for testing and things like that are ever increasing. And so those will increase our costs. And keep in mind, when we are able to implement the NACI recharge recovery project, we expect operating costs to go up there as well. We're going to have some filtration requirements that we don't presently have. And some other requirements for operating that site that are going to be higher than what we've faced before. But nonetheless, currently the this is really solid shape.
This one question, so our electricity bill for the water fund was $260,000.
Yes. That's almost all just pumping costs of the wells. All good? You want to move to wastewater? Okay, so on the wastewater fund, again, I would encourage you to flip to page or go to page 36. User fees are up, mostly due to some initial connections. Unlike the water fund, where most of the folks are paying a base rate, even when they're not technically connected because of those virtual meter agreements, the sewer fund or the sewer prepaid units don't have a cost associated. So every time we get a new connection, it does create a new revenue source for the fund. We saw some new connections occur earlier this year with the People's Self-Help Housing Project. And then so we forecasted those in for next year, as well as a small number of additional connections. Again, the customer service rep position was an admin, now is water sewer, more water than sewer. Gases and chemicals include funding for this bioxide chemical that we expect to be using this month. So the initial costs included like the fill up of the tank originally, but we're gonna have to order new chemicals or additional chemicals to keep the tank full, or refill it when needed. And so there's a funding program there. One item that I think is really worth talking about is you may recall that when we did the East Side Force Main project or the USCUP project, I'll use those terms interchangeably for this reason. We had multiple funding sources. We had a grant, we had a revolving fund loan, and then we had an internal loan that funded this project. And at the time, the internal loan came from the water fund asset replacement account because it was deemed to have sufficient funds to loan to the sewer fund. And we created an amortization schedule and we spread out those payments, and you can see that on the next page under it's a very top line item of page 37. So we've been paying over the last several years about $185,000 towards that repayment. We still owe more, so this, we're recommending the district or the board approve a payoff of that loan. It's kind of an accelerated way of paying it off. It trues up the funds so that the sewer fund would no longer owe the water asset replacement funds this money. There's now enough cash to do this. So anyway, that's what's recommended.
Was that, are we charging ourselves interest?
Yes,
on that? And
yes.
So that would be one reason to pay it off.
It would save the sewer fund interest.
It's about 50,000.
Yeah, it would save the sewer fund interest. I mean, I'm not sure it's based on our current investments and current investment portfolio right now, it's probably not a huge savings or loss either way, because the sewer fund's gonna lose the cash, it's earning some interest, but at least it saves it, we wouldn't have to keep paying on it. And as we enter some challenges in the sewer fund, it'll be quite easy to see kind of what our current expenses and current revenues are. Because we know we're facing some shorter term issues related to meeting the requirements of what's likely to be a new permit for Templeton.
What is the interest rate that we were paying to ourselves? How does that compare to the other loan that?
I believe, the SRF loan is tiny, like point, I think it's less than 1% or 1%. Yeah, it's very low, but we weren't able to get enough funding for that. So when this was approved by the board, we came up with a appropriate interest rate. I think it's 3.5%.
So I have a question, and I got confused. On the wastewater fund, the internal loan debt, we're paying it off, and we're paying it into the water fund. But we know that like nitrogen is gonna be a problem with wastewater, and we're gonna have to do some improvements. Why would we want to pay that off early if maybe we need some cash on hand? Does that question make sense?
Well, we could give ourselves another loan if there was a need to do an internal financing.
Okay, but we know wastewater is gonna need money.
Yes.
So it's gonna be a couple of years.
Well, looking at the operating budget though, taking into consideration the payoff, we still have sufficient funds. So if something does come up in the future, we could do a self-loan.
Yeah, I mean, so this is gonna be paid off either way, likely before we would. Or nearing paid off, but before we would be incurring significant expenses. So we probably are gonna need a new financing strategy for whatever upgrades of the wastewater treatment plant are necessary that are gonna exceed what we would have owed the 684, we would have owed 185 either way. So talking about $500,000. It's kind of it won't be enough. That $500,000 isn't gonna make or break the likely upgrade costs when we're looking at.
So what percent of interest are is water charging wastewater for this loan of money?
My recollection was it was 3.5%.
And is that set by something so that if we loan in the future, it would be higher or lower? How's that 3.5? Or is it just an internal set thing?
Yeah, the board determined it, but it should be reasonable.
Okay. Got it. Okay, I'm happy now.
We have some mapping updates that are necessary in the wastewater fund. That's a minor cost of about $2,000. We talked about these two service trucks, one being a holdover, so that's included in water and wastewater. Same issue on the sewer fund that we had with water with these valve boxes. In the sewer fund, we've got manholes that got paved over. And so they need to be raised, so about $12,000 is programmed there. The tractor that we just spoke about with water, the bulk of it or more of it's programmed to wastewater because again, its use at Selby is sort of really critical, the most important reason to own it. At $75,000. $51,000 is programmed to purchase an aerator. It's not really, we have enough aerators, but what ends up happening is we don't have any extra. And so whenever an aerator goes down for maintenance, we hire someone who has a crane, they pick up the aerator, pull it off, it gets repaired, whatever that takes, some parts need to be ordered. And so it's out of service oftentimes for weeks and months while that happens. And then we have the crane come back and put the aerator in the water. What we're proposing to do is buy a replacement aerator, another aerator, so that when one breaks down, when the crane comes out, they can put the aerator in the water, take the other unit out of service and repair it. without having any time, any loss of aeration in the ponds. So there's some operational benefits to it. Additionally, we know we have aerators that are gonna eventually fail. And this means we don't necessarily have to have an emergency purchase to get a new one. Lead time on these can be pretty significant. So that's why that is programmed. And Justin can answer more questions on it if you have them on this operational issues. You might recall that our bar screen or the primary component of our headworks, the first treatment, if you want to call it that, where screens out debris out of the influent into the plant, we got donated from the city of Paso Robles about 8 years ago-ish. At the time, we had replaced a few parts that we knew needed to be replaced. And since then, I don't know what we haven't done anything significant to that unit. We've added, as a part of the USCUP, we added some other components to the headworks, but didn't upgrade the bar screen. So there's a number of parts there that are worn, and this $35,000 purchase or is to replace some worn parts, kind of like a rebuild of that primary unit. Again, it was already in use in Paso Robles, so it's probably got something more like 15 years of life in it, not just the 8 or so that we've had, although I can't remember exactly how long the city of Paso Robles had it before we got it from them.
What's the lifespan of the primary part? All the replacement parts?
That internal bar screen field is usually like a 15-year life expectancy. The whole unit though can be like in that 30 to 40-year lifetime expectancy, the whole framework, and not necessarily the motor, but the frame itself. And so if the city of Paso Robles had it up and running for 5 years or something.
Something
along
like
those
that.
lines, and we've been operating it for maybe 8 years, so. But it's absolutely true that internal bar screen field is absolutely worn, and more or non-organics are passing through that field. One of the things that we were trying to take advantage of basically is possibly narrowing that diameter of the field so that we're capturing more of those non-organics. And so they don't take up valuable space for treatment in the pond system as well. But that's about the lifetime expectancy.
So this buys us.
Another
Several,
15
okay.
plus years, absolutely.
You're welcome to come out and give that a close inspection.
I'm good. I already did my tour, thank you.
On a hot day.
By the way,
Okay.
we do have, I didn't want to, this is intended to be kind of a working dinner time. Maybe my choice of timing is bad here, but we have sandwiches and salad.
Talking about sewer.
I'll go somewhere. So just, I don't know if you wanted to, as you get hungry, just go grab a plate or whatever, but you know, we still have a bit of ways to go time wise. Anyway, it's there. At the Grenache lift station, we've got kind of some, it's the lift station's been upgraded a number of times over the years. That's led to some problems with the control system and the current pump configuration, which has led to some alarms. So we want to do some upgrades to the control system. And then additionally, we've got a number, we continue to rebuild those pumps. The pumps fail. They don't, you know, it's a few years or whatever. They don't last all that long. And then we have them rebuilt. But our units, and we have extra pumps on the shelf for this lift station. But we recommend buying actually one new pump because sometimes the pumps cannot be rebuilt, or they have significant efficiency losses after they've been rebuilt. And it doesn't necessarily make sense to invest a lot of money to rebuild a pump if you're going to spend more money to operate it. So we're recommending replacing a pump and then some control components at the Grenache lift station.
I think we should have all our lift stations such as Grenache. Yeah. Sauvignon Blanc, you know.
You're welcome to come check it out. It's on.
I walk by it often.
Funding for our industrial discharge permitting inspections through remains included. And then funding for the master plan, and this cost has been updated. Because we now have some more concrete and necessary steps to complete. You know, we received this notice that it's time to proceed with our application with the state on a new permit. We know going into this that the permit requirements are going to be significantly different than we've had over the past, well, that we've had previously, and that we've got real challenges with the plant and some pretty obvious areas where we cannot meet the new permit. So we really need to lean heavy on the master plan to help us narrow down technologies and upgrades to the plant to plan for not only growth or additional flows, but also quite importantly, and regardless of additional flows, new discharge limits. And the plant right now will not meet those new limits. So we've upgraded the master plan and it's taken on kind of some new urgency as we move through this new and exciting world. Ongoing in the wastewater fund, ongoing revenues and transfers exceed the operations by about $524,000. Even excluding the one-time purchases or including them, we're still about $350,000 to the good, and that includes the pay down of that loan. So really, if you added another, next year you can add 600. If all other things remain the same, which they won't, you could add almost $680,000 or about $680,000 in additional resources that would become available when that pay down occurs. It's pretty material and significant.
Question. On the electricity, 193,000 for electricity for the sewer fund. I'm just interested in what our electric bill is.
Yes, that's it. Unlike this is going to be split between the plants where we run, the big cost there is aeration, right? We're running these aerators to push air, oxygen into the ponds, and those are running all the time. It's also the lift station sites. Every time we move that wastewater, and good, bad, or indifferent, our wastewater treatment plant is at the high ground in Templeton. So almost nothing gravity flows to the wastewater plant, or everything gets pumped. Some of it gets pumped like 3 times before it gets there. So those costs are split between the plant and the lift station site.
Jeff, when are we due for a sewer rate study or water and sewer rate study?
I think it makes a lot of sense to plan for that once we have the master plan. We're still to the good pretty significantly. Our current revenues exceed current expenses, but we know we're going to face some upgrade costs, both capital and additional operating expenses. And so I think it makes sense to have a handle on what those upgrade costs are going to be and the likely financing and incorporate that. That's where our new significant obligation will come from. Also keep in mind, as you're just thinking about this, not a topic that I want to dive into today or in the near term, but you'll recall that in the water fund, we talked about a decade ago now almost that the water fund, the current ratepayers were essentially paying for all this capacity for future connections. People that already have water units but weren't kind of contributing. That opportunity, and we implemented a requirement to connect within a certain period of time, either virtually or literally, or risk losing some of the value of that prepayment. The sewer fund has that same opportunity. There's a number of, not as many, but a number of prepaid sewer units. And I think this will, as you think about the cost impacts of upgrading the sewer plant, we're going to have to upgrade it to meet both the current demands and the projected demands. And it may make sense before we spend all that money to consider whether or not it's appropriate to do something similar with those outstanding sewer units, require connection and payment at some point in the future, or become subject to paying for it, because these upgrades we absolutely are going to have to accommodate. We know they have they have the right to connect already. Anyway, just food for thought. Drainage fund, page 41. We're taking good time here. So, the revenues are steady, but very limited. Does include some cost of the engineering office and expenses. Half of our costs of preparing the annual permit. The deficit in the drainage fund has gone down from last year to this year. For two reasons. One, there was a minor reduction in the asset replacement funding, some asset reached its, reached its depreciation, fully depreciated. And then more materially or more significantly, the cost allocation plan reduced the drainage fund's obligation to administration, saves the fund about $3,400. But that's not enough to offset the deficit. It does slow down the blood loss of the drainage fund, it has this slow bleeding issue with its deficit. Limited opportunities to raise rates. So it does slow down that pain. This is an area where rates are gonna have to go up eventually. I continue to suggest that we are not the poster child for a court case to determine whether the more recent legislation really allows storm drainage to be rates to be adjusted in the same manner that water and sewer rates are. That was a legislative change to the interpretation under Prop 218. Historically, storm drainage, since Prop 218 took effect, storm drain was not subject to a majority protest, but to a majority approval. And I think getting those limited number of customers that pay into the drainage fund to approve the rate increase would be a real challenge. And so ideally, you'd be able to approve that rate subject to a protest vote. But I've not ran into a case yet that's made its way through the courts that makes me really confident that you can rely on that interpretation. So that's one option. If in fact that we're never able to do that, if 5 or 10 years goes by and the fund burns up, it's what's left of its balance, and we're not able to get a rate adjustment approved either because of a protest or because of the unable to get those who pay into this to vote for a rate increase, then some small amount of property taxes might have to go to the drainage fund. That's really where your discretionary funds come from. Again, we're talking about a deficit of about $6,000 a year, so it's not a huge sum. Nonetheless, this is there. We need to keep an eye on.
Can I ask a question? So like Bethel Park is the drainage area. Evers Park, behind Evers Park too. Do we have other property that could become a drainage area that we could then sell ability to drain into that with new development? Because I know this is not my project. The Sani project is putting in a great huge drainage basin that exceeds county standards because they don't have anywhere to drain it. So is there other property that we could then designate to a drainage basin that would offset this fund by excess land that we have? I mean, I don't know. We have lowlands. I don't know if we have lowlands someplace or not.
I mean, the only place we have really significant properties is the wastewater plant, which is uphill from everything essentially, and at the Creekside site.
Yeah, the Creekside site. So on Main Street, you have drainage problems. You have a big flood hazard area. Just trying to think of ways to bring in money. Because I think that the general plan amendment requests go through and it failed because of flood hazard, not my project again. But, I mean, there are those developments along Toe Creek and that side up on Main Street that have flood problems there that back into Creekside. I mean, it's just another idea.
So,
Because the Creekside property is sitting there not doing anything.
well, it's about to become our most important water resource. So I think, nonetheless, we're not gonna, we're not gonna fill 50 acres worth of wells and infrastructure, but, it's, there will be some, there will be some, land, that is available. I don't know if it's gonna, if that's an ideal location for what you're describing. We have, one thing we have to be really concerned about is surface water near the wells. In other words, yeah, so, but that doesn't mean that there couldn't be something done there. Anyway, this fund's got a little challenge. It's the degree of challenge is small, but nonetheless, it still exists, and I'm just reminding you of that, and we'll keep working towards a resolution. I think, the fact that the deficit is declining because of this, really because of the cost allocation plan implementation, extends the amount of years before the fund balance totally declines. So, it's not as pressing, but nonetheless, you can predict what's going to happen. Okay, so. The admin fund, again, this is a pretty, going to. I'm starting on page 47, we're looking at the line items, the admin fund. The revenues are primarily transfers from other funds. There is some rental income, but it's very low. But basically, we had more users of like this room pre-COVID, and most of those users have not come back. And the ones that are here, like TAG, we don't charge them. So there's really limited income associated with like this room. We're programming in the transfer in from the OPEB trust for retiree healthcare costs. That's essentially a wash. We'll only be able to recover from that OPEB trust what we actually spend. So those two figures are tied together. That is shown as a revenue, even though it's just to reimburse our expenses out of the OPEB trust. Again, I mentioned the customer service rep position being funded out of the water and sewer fund. Nothing will change with regard to where that person works or how we're structured that way. Retiree health insurance is, we did just to mention, we have, we don't have premiums for January insurance rates, but we have programmed in hopefully enough money to cover increases. So retiree, we haven't left it flat. But retiree health insurance programmed at $174,000. That is just a reminder now, that used to be spread out through all the funds. All those costs are now in the admin fund. These are for retirees that would have retired anywhere within the district historically. And that obligation remains until both the employee and their spouse are deceased. The costs do go down as folks age because they become Medicare eligible, and so the insurance rates are lower, because there's like a Medicare supplement instead of Medicare. Travel and education expenses are programmed to kind of pre-COVID levels to permit folks to attend perhaps a CSCA conference, and there was some interest in attending a Tyler Tech conference this year, but that didn't work out just due to scheduling, so there's funds available there. And then there's a one-time expense associated with roof maintenance. This building, the roof covering, the admin side and the fire side. We did have a couple leaks like in November or December. The leaks were repaired, but the roofer recommended kind of a systematic resealing of all the vent pipes and cleaning of the roof and all those kind of items. That's a more significant expense. I think our estimate was like $7,500. So that's split between fire and water.
Fire and admin.
Fire and admin, sorry.
Fire and water, that would be good.
Yes, fire and admin.
This credit card fee is 3,600, is that reimbursed by people who didn't use the credit card?
So when we're able to capture those costs directly, then they're not borne by the district at all. Like, for example, if somebody pays a utility, they come in the office with a credit card to pay the utility bill. The credit card processing company charges them directly the processing cost, and that it's not intermingled with our books. However, there are some instances when the software that we're using doesn't allow that, and so we're still absorbing some credit card fees in Parks and Recreation, or we had primarily because the online registration system that we've been using with Tyler Parks and Recreation wasn't compatible with the credit card, with our credit card processor. And there were some other third-party sites that had something similar, but we ended up absorbing those costs.
And so Park and Rec's costs got put it in admin.
Well,
No, so for admin, we do have, sometimes we have a little bit of a credit card fee, not necessarily related to someone using a credit, but just for having the account.
$3,600? Sorry,
Yeah.
Natalie. I mean, that's an interest, right? For fees.
Yeah, well, yes. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we do get fees for it. Some of it, the 3,600 for this year, part of it was for Park and Rec until we really started putting it more into Park and Rec. Just because we were having issues, like now we're having issues right now with the soccer, charging us fees for that. But, I mean, I can take a look at for 23, 24 and lower it, but, we do occasionally get some little fee, but for the most part, as much as we can pass on to the customer, we do. Whenever possible.
And then what about the bank fees?
So the bank fees, we do get charged by the bank for analysis fees. For this coming year, we just went to Positive Pay, where we upload all of our checks now for fraud protection. And then we're also are just installing a scanner so that we won't be taking the checks to the bank. We'll be scanning them and uploading them. And so we do get charged for that.
all right, so the next fund is fires. We're making good progress. Is the fire fund. The line item detail starts on page 55. So the SAFER grant is fully embedded into the fund, both on the revenue side and all the expenses in salary and benefits, workers' comp, et cetera, for the two SAFER positions. So there's kind of a big difference from last year to this year because we only started the SAFER funded folks in late February. So about 4.5 months worth of expenses incurred this year. Next year, it'll be a full 12 months of expenses and revenue. So that's there. Any out of county revenue and also expenses associated has been kind of left out of the budget. It's a very unpredictable expense and revenue source. And so our path has been, or we've recommended not to forecast that. If it occurs, then we'll come back and do an amendment to show you the revenue and the expenses that were incurred as a result. But for the purposes of this budget, it assumes that there is no out of county participation. It doesn't, that's not an indicator that we're not interested. It just means that it would be a total swag if we were to guess what it might be, both on the revenue and expense side. The parcel A, measure A, measure A parcel tax is shown here. You'll see a slight increase. That adjusts for two reasons, right? CPI capped at 2%. That's what measure A had. And then also any new parcels. So if a subdivision records or a lot split occurs, parcel map, et cetera, creates new lots within the district, there could be some additional lots from year to year. So we've just got a very modest increase there for next year. Again, the full-time SAFER costs are embedded in all the salary and benefits line items. You'll notice that the reserve firefighter line item is down a bit. This is really this was our financial benefit of SAFER. Previously, every 24 hours we had, a year ago this time, we had a 24-hour part-time reserve firefighter and a 12-hour part-time reserve firefighter. Now that SAFER is implemented, we have the 24-hour part-time reserve firefighter, but no longer have the 12-hour reserve firefighter. So, so even though we've got 3 shifts of that 24-hour firefighter, there's actually less part-time hours that we're filling, so that's the decrease in costs for the reserve firefighter program. When SAFER ends, if we're unable to get an extension and the staffing returns to what it was before, we'll have to increase the reserve firefighter line item to restore to bring the level of service to what it was previously. In other words, what we have right now funded in the reserve firefighter line item won't get us to having the 12-hour and 24-hour shifts filled.
Is that why the overtime is down too?
No, overtime is down because there's no out of county that's been programmed. So the out of county creates a big overtime demand. And so we've programmed overtime just based on what we think it's necessary without an out of county. If we do an out of county assignment, it'll have a significant impact over it and to revenue. Let's see here. There are, most other line items are not that dissimilar from before, from previously. There are a number of one-time items that we're proposing to move a C train to the training grounds. There's a cost associated with that. Some concrete piers at the training grounds. We recognize some electrical repairs are necessary to the fire station that you've been briefed on previously. So there's funding for those repairs. We already spoke about the roof maintenance issue. And then probably most significantly, we've programmed in here funds for lack of a better word, kind of a deposit on a new Type 1 fire engine should we later authorize the order of a fire engine. We reviewed kind of the quotes that we had, and one of each, depending on which vendor the district were to go with, the payment structure would be a little different. But in one particular case, there's a requirement to pay what they call a chassis deposit once the chassis is assembled, but before the engine's fully built. And that cost could be incurred as soon as late in this coming fiscal year. This is obviously not the whole cost of an engine. That's more like $1.2 million, but this would be the cost that could be incurred as soon as late this year. This would require a separate authorization from the board other than just approving the budget, because we would be incurring a purchase order or an agreement to make a $1.2 million relative sense purchase, not a $400,000 purchase. So when at the time of ordering, that's when the district would be obligating itself under most of these arrangements.
Question on sort of related to that, because I couldn't find in here, what's the balance in the asset replacement fund?
Go back to page 8. It's the easiest place to see it. So we project to have a starting balance in asset replacement of $444,000, and then ending balance, you see 238,776, but you also have to look at the cash reserve. Those two get combined again. It's the effective balance would be somewhere around $480,000 or 76 at the end of next year, at the end of end of June 2024.
But the cash reserved is used for all assets, it's also used for other things besides just assets.
Well, we place the cash reserve. The asset replacement policy says that no more than 50% of the available balance can be used in any 1 year of the asset replacement fund. And so to illustrate that, with all the funds, not just the fire asset replacement, we put 50% of the balance into this cash reserve line item. So that's why that's the purpose behind it. So the engine that's listed here would not be a replacement engine. It's recommended that it would be an additional engine, and it would be funded out of the capital account, the development impact fee account, provided the development impact fees are progress and are adopted and include that engine. That's what we're gonna have a discussion on that later on tonight, the fire impact fees study. But that's one of the components of the study, as it was in the master plan. So we wouldn't be utilizing the current asset replacement balance to place the order. The big impact to asset replacement, once the engine's actually here, is in the future, it will create a new asset replacement obligation. So additional monies flowing into asset replacement.
A couple of questions. Can you go back and discuss allocation of administrative costs for the fire department, please?
Yeah, they're listed on the top of that page 56. At $273,000, which is tied to this RGS study.
Okay, so it was 132,000 last year, and then, right?
Yes,
So it's 273 now, so that's the difference.
that's the difference.
Because it went from 10%
Same,
to
so-
20-some percent.
22.73.
So, how we,
So let's just.
I mean, that's $140,000 differential, that's, I mean.
Well, the fire department took the biggest hit.
Yeah, I
in
know.
terms of the
I mean,
reallocation.
that's how, I mean, this wasn't part of any study that we've done before, or anything like that, so how are we managing to absorb this?
Well, in the current year, we still bring in, I think if you look at the bottom line, the sort of total expenses, the line right above the double underline. We still end up with about $55,000 in income exceeding expenditures for the fire fund. And I included in this budget, in case you wanted to know what the model had shown.
Yeah.
What would we have been, the projection have been. We should have had a savings, according to the model, we've had a savings of, income over expenses for next fiscal year of about 37,000. So even with these adjustments, we're beating the model by about 55,000 or by about 18,000 bucks, $17,000.
How are we beating the model?
Because we pulled out a bunch of expenses. We pulled out expenses like when the model was created, the retiree health insurance was covered by the fire fund, and now it's covered by administration. We've paid down the UAL, which reduced retirement expenses. Those are probably the two most significant changes that were made to the operations that were not considered at the time the model
But
was
if we
developed.
come back next year, we could have, right, you said before that those items could.
Not the retiree healthcare, that's,
Yeah, they were about the UAL, so that could come back and then.
Yeah, it won't be like it was. I mean, we had built up a huge, pretty substantial balance, still build slowly. But this is, we're starting out years at zero. But optimistically, I mean, for this current year, we're actually saving, we're saving more than was factored in the model. Not that the model was perfect or anything, but we actually are achieving a savings that was a little bit greater. And so I think there's another opportunity, at least this year, regardless of what you do, to move funds to that future operating account for the fire fund. We developed that a few years ago, start building up a savings account because we believe that there will be some leaner times before the CFD funds really, become a generator. And also add additional, if you matched what the model had shown and move roughly $37,000 to the future operations. This is not reflected in the budget, but I do have it in my notes. And that would allow you to move about $18,000 in additional money to asset replacement. That's the one area where we're really in the weakest shape, is the balance in the asset replacement account. And I wouldn't want to lose an opportunity to continue to funnel funds to the fire asset replacement, because we know that in the long term, we'll need to be replacing the assets that we currently have, particularly the apparatus.
CFD funds aren't also fire though.
See, the CFD funds are not, when we get to there, you'll see that they're not, right, as this budget sits today,
You're not out.
they're not allocated at all. They weren't necessary, we didn't find it necessary to allocate them to these funds for the current year because all the funds that they were anticipated to go to, like fire and parks and rec, are better than balanced for the current year. Or for the year we're talking about, next fiscal year.
So we're budgeting in $451,000 towards, there's a deposit towards a engine that would become available for us in 2 years if we bought it at the end of this year by the time we build it. And then the following year is when the asset replacement fund would actually be due to replace that. And an asset replacement cost is how much per year?
For an apparatus, the policy changed last fall, so it's 115, over 15 years.
Right,
So something like $80,000 or so for a $1.2 million purchase.
So $80,000 a year
Yes.
for asset replacement.
And then over the next couple of years, I think you have a fire truck fall off the asset replacement, the depreciation schedule, I'm pretty sure.
7195. Oh,
Congressional,
Professional.
we do have we've been working with Congressman Panetta to submit a congressional request. And our request made their shortlist. It's part of their submission to Congress. But I don't have an update as to what the debt limit legislation would have done to these congressional requests. That was the one cautionary, message that we received was the debt limit may limit this. Additionally, the request, even before the debt limit was passed, was reduced a little bit. There became a maximum on the congressional requests prior to that legislation. So I'll work to try to get an update if in fact, so it's good and bad, that if in fact, it's actually great if it stays in this mix. I'm far more optimistic even after this debt issue than we've been in the past. We've been making these requests through for a couple of years now, and we've never made the sort of short list or the items that were submitted by the congressman previously was Salute Carbajal. In other words, our request for an engine, which has been submitted twice before, didn't make it to Washington DC. Our request this year did. It was reduced a little bit to $1 million. If in fact we were able to get that funding, then a lot less of the impact fee funds would need to be utilized to couple with that funding to purchase the engine, which would allow us essentially to build fire station expansion sooner. Likely sooner.
Right, but
It probably won't affect the asset replacement.
right. So what the asset replacement funds only get greater by new development.
No, the asset replacement funds are,
Interest
Allocated.
and allocated
Yeah.
from the depreciation schedule.
Oh, yeah,
From the operating
sorry,
budget.
that makes sense. Okay,
and then also,
This isn't saying we're purchasing it. It just says we're putting a placeholder in the budget.
right, but do we have a placeholder in the asset replacement fund? Should we get it? Is my question. For how many years can we afford the funding the asset replacement for? Is my question. I mean, do we want to pass up a grant? No. Do we want, this thing from Washington DC, do we want? Yes, but how and where are we going to fund the asset replacement funds to be able to afford that?
so if it was here today, you have about $55,000. And I know it's not, and these things are gonna continue to change, but you've got about $55,000 in revenues and transfer, income, more than expenditures. And so if you've begun incurring an $80,000 expenditure today, let's say a new additional $80,000 expenditure annually, you've got about $55,000 to work with. That leaves about a $25,000 gap. The CFD funds are bringing in a program to bring in about $60,000 a year, starting for next year. So even if you devoted half of those to the fire fund, coupled with the funds available right now, you could make that contribution. Now, I know by the time the contributions due, a number of other things are gonna come and go. You know, we're talking about forecasting down to a fairly small degree, or fairly detailed degree about 3-4 years out, and that's difficult to do, but we're sitting better right now than the model had indicated, you know, again, depending on how much of the CFD funds, if there was a need, how much of it would have gone to fire? You're sitting better off than the model had shown, you know, as much as $75,000 better.
So one way of financing the asset replacement fund is by the CFD funds, which is determined by growth.
Well, there's also an allocation schedule that's used by finance too, to say how much money gets put in that asset replacement account.
Right,
But he's saying there's already.
So it's already, there's money already going into that asset replacement. It would accelerate it if there were growth,
right.
but there's no guarantee that
But
there's gonna
also
be
if you're
growth.
saying
And even with that, it's gonna lag.
right, Jeff was saying that there's, you know, approximately $60,000 in the CFD funds. If you were to allocate half of that to the fire, then there's $30,000 left for other things, which, you know, our drainage fund is gonna run out at some point. And then we have other, you know, parks, if we have an increase in growth in the community, you have an increase in park and rec needs in the community too. So you have to look at that, because I looked at the further on with that we're discussing tonight, the growth and everything, which means it's hitting everything. It's hitting water, sewer, park and recs, it's hitting all those things. But I think it'll be interesting to hear from Melissa, because I think our impacts to the park department too is probably the next thing that's impacted the most by growth.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready for that discussion though, because I think all we're doing is right now is just putting a placeholder there. I think what's gotta come before the board is if and when we're ready to pull the trigger on that. That's when I think that discussion occurs to say, how do we fund it? How are
Well, I
we,
think-
how are we pulling all that money together?
I don't think, I think we need to have that discussion, but I think we need to have it sooner than later, because we're already allocating in our budget here $451,000. If we wait until we receive the grant, and granted, it shouldn't be tonight, but I keep telling this board or asking this board to have a special meeting of some kind to talk about this lack of asset replacement funds. Where are the CFD funds going to? Because otherwise, if we all of a sudden get this grant and all of a sudden have to deposit this fire engine, we've kicked the bucket so far down the line that we're not ready to deal with it. We should deal with it sooner than later.
Yeah, I think we need an update from Representative Pinellas office to see whether or not we got that funding for the fire. truck.
Even if it remains in play, I don't think we're gonna have a definitive answer until after the federal budget's approved in October. This is a long,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
not something that's gonna be immediately known. I mean,
Which I wouldn't expect we would be making the decision to place the order for them too.
so again, there's a number of things that work with this budget suggests is that this funding would come out of the development impact fee account through the operating fund. It really can't do that yet because the new development impact fees are not yet adopted. We're gonna have another discussion tonight with Allison Lektowitz, and you'll see how those are coming together. It's really pretty contingent upon that whole project moving forward and becoming adopted. That there becomes the opportunity to utilize that funding source for this engine in a pretty clear and defensible way. So.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask, is like, the last time we had a conversation about this engine, you went through different options that we had, and none of the options were something that any of us accepted, and so we said no at this time, so that's why I'm just confused that's on here.
It's not recommended to be purchased today. This is just.
Yeah, but why we even have it on here?
It's a placeholder, it's a.
Why?
But that's-
I mean, if the
that's
board
what
has
it
already
is.
discussed it and wasn't approved, why is it on here as a? If it was already,
I
it was
think
a-
because
not approved,
it's-
then why
there's-
did we discuss it?
Well, I think there's a need, you know, we have a fire department and it's gonna do us no good if we don't have,
No, I understand that.
if we have the
I-
personnel, but we
But
don't
I
have.
mean,
the
I have no
equipment.
idea where this money is coming from, how we're getting, and it's in the budget. It's like, I mean, all I know is we discussed it previously and we all said no. So then all of a sudden it's in the budget. So it's like, well, what happened? And, you know, I have no idea.
Well, again, this isn't the purchase of the engine. This would be we wanted to demonstrate that if we proceeded with the purchase, there was funding for the first payment, if you will. This wouldn't be to purchase the $451,000 isn't gonna purchase the engine. So before you authorize ordering the engine, there's a number of things that need to be accomplished. The development impact fees need to be updated. That is progressing on a parallel path. My assumption is you're gonna wanna wait to find out the results of the federal funding through Congressman Panetta. At the time that those answers are available, the impact fees are approved. Then we can come back with a really detailed review of what the obligation or what the purchase obligation is. Because again, you wouldn't, if you signed a contract to build an engine, it wouldn't be for $451,000. That might be the first payment. So it would have to be something beyond this and that would obligate the district for beyond just this upcoming fiscal year. But we did want to demonstrate that we anticipate that recommendation coming forward. Should, again, the development impact fee items reach their conclusion, you know, and we'll have a little bit more direction on that tonight, hopefully. And then that process will unfold. You know, you won't make a decision on that tonight, but hopefully we get some direction about proceeding with a workshop and holding a public hearing and considering the funds down the next couple of months. Considering the fee.
Well, and I thought too, if, let's say we don't get the funding from Washington, we still need a fire engine. And so how we have the money available to purchase that outright in the capital improvement funds, but we still didn't have the money in the asset replacement, which you're saying that later on discussion tonight will help us out, but
I want to help you out with the asset replacement. You know, I can, before we make the decision to place the order, we can model this stuff out again. We can look at the various options. You have taken steps though. Keep in mind, you've already adjusted the depreciation schedule for apparatus from 10 years to 15. So it's spread out those costs over a longer period of time. We're further, you know, we're year and a half has passed since we provided the information to the board. And at that time, the request was consider ordering an engine at that moment. At this point, we're talking about including funding in the budget to make the first payment. The decision to actually order the engine isn't pending today. I wouldn't recommend it today, even though there's an absolute need for it. We need the development impact fees because that provides defensibility in using the funds. Because the cost of the engine is folded into the current calculations, but that is not yet been adopted by the board. That fee schedule.
And I think when we last talked about that, there were a couple of things that hadn't yet occurred. And one was completing the master plan for the fire department. And that was the linchpin for getting the impact fees. Now that's been completed. We're now doing the impact fees study. So we're making progress in the right steps to move forward with funding that asset replacement. It's just not going as quickly as I think what the need is. But this is just a placeholder because it's 2 years out before we would even take possession. If we had the funds, it's 2 years out
no,
before we would take possession.
I understand that, and I understand that it's just a placeholder. I just still am concerned. I mean, as Naveed said, all of us had agreed, yeah, we need a fire engine.
Yeah.
Definitely. But we all agreed also that we could purchase one because we didn't have the asset place, but that's said no to it.
Yeah.
And so, you know, so I again am saying that we probably need to have a workshop of some kind to go through this all in detail prior to all of a sudden this coming up. Like, what if they say, okay, you could buy the fire engine in 2 weeks? we're gonna be hit with a bunch of stuff, and I think we should be more prepared for looking at what is our CFD funds bringing in, what do we need, where we're putting everything, because I don't want to do a knee-jerk reaction, and I don't want to kick the can down the road either. And
So-
So
Do you want to take that to the fire committee and have that discussion?
I've asked the fire committee, yes,
Who's the president, the chairman of that committee?
I think you are.
Oh, I thought you were.
Not this year.
Well, maybe we can have that discussion at that meeting, and maybe we can have something set up where we can have some discussion. Further about that. I think that I have no problem with putting this in here because it's not authorizing
Right, I
the
get that.
purchase. Is to say that if we get our ducks in a row, which we're doing, we can then move forward with making the purchase order and having the board review it. And to your point, because when we did look at this a year and a half ago, we were like, we don't have the funds.
Right.
And so I think that now, since some other things have occurred, that will help fund that asset replacement. I think I'm okay with putting this in here as a placeholder. When we're ready to pull the trigger, it will have to come back before the board to take a look at the asset replacement and the funding, and to say, how do we do that?
Yeah, just keep in mind over the last year and a half, so our finances are marginally better. There's, a little more optimism, in a small way. The needs are significantly changing, we're gonna be forced to make a decision probably before you're 100% comfortable with the financing, because we have an engine that on every major scene had things fail. And so we just, you can't just keep using it and expect it to continue.
That's exactly, what you're saying. That makes sense, I agree with that, but impact fees are supposed to be used for money, for growth. So how are we gonna justify that when we literally are saying in public meeting that the
Well-
engine that we have currently
That's
is
because
not
this is not recommended to be a replacement engine. It's recommended to be a new second type 1 engine. Operationally, we would put that in service as primary, and our current engine would become a reserve engine. And so even brand new equipment goes out of
And how
service.
long do we have to keep this one?
Well, we would in perpetuity, so you wouldn't keep it in perpetuity, but you'd cycle, the plan would be, 10 years later, you'd replace the old engine with a new one and take the newer, the one that we would get 2 years from now, move that to reserve status. And so you'd always be maintaining.
Then why don't we do
Two-type
that with
engine.
everything then? Everything that we always say we can't use the impact fees because it's supposed to be used for growth, so why don't we just have used, done this before? Is all of a sudden it's okay to do?
Well, now we have a master plan that says we should have 2 type 1 fire engines.
So I think I'm okay just to move the discussion forward with having a placeholder for 451,000. But again, I think that our board needs to have a workshop to look at disbursement of CFD funds, to look at the allocation fund, asset replacement fund, separate from our regular meetings, so that all of us can understand where these things are coming from. And if the fire committee needs to make that recommendation, then we can do that. But I think that meeting should be held sooner versus later, so that we're not making a knee-jerk reaction. So I'm okay with this placeholder for here. And at the next fire committee meeting, I'll make a suggestion formally that we hold a workshop to look at budget issues for the park and recs and CFD disbursement and that kind of stuff. Because then I heard earlier a discussion about, reportioning the taxes, and so, all that affects different funds. And so maybe we have a general workshop on those items.
Yeah, and we do need that, this is why, and part of the allocation of administration costs, that's significant, that's $140,000 that before, when we had decided the internal property taxes split, that wasn't part of it. So if this is all changing, we should be looking at those numbers as well. And that's why I wanted to see how that was determined.
Yeah, and you can, right? That's.
And
you
maybe
have
we
the-
could do that modeling, if we agree on the impact fees, then maybe perhaps we can look at the model and say, what does it do to that fire model? Given the increase in the admin cost and everything else.
We have to keep in
Yeah.
mind,
Because it's something we need to keep on the dashboard, because that was I think, an eye opener for all of us. To say asset replacement was an issue.
Yeah.
So I think we need to bring it up at the fire committee meeting first. Do some brainstorming there, but I think the modeling would be helpful. So just some comments there. So are we in agreement about the $450,000 to include it?
I'm okay with that. My concern about having a workshop right now is that I'm not sure we have enough information to have a workshop. It's gonna change when we really need this, probably talking about 6, 8, 9 months down the road. Everything we talked about today may have changed. And so I'm not sure that we wouldn't be spinning our wheels by having a premature workshop, but I'm not against it.
I just think we need to keep it on the dashboard and close. We gotta
that's what-
keep a close eye on it.
that's why I don't understand why we even have it in there right now this year.
Well, it's gotta be in there now. It's not gonna be.
Well, I mean,
I
it's not like
It's a
we're planning-
budget.
We're not
It's a
planning,
budget.
but we're talking about, it's gonna be something 9, 10, something. months
Well,
from
we
now.
anticipate it occurring this coming fiscal year. We really are concerned about the longer we wait to order the engine, the longer it takes to have it in service, the more risk we have about meeting the needs of the community in the meantime. Because we know it serves two purposes. It creates it by in and of itself creates a backup, it creates a second. We would have used 2 Type 1 engines 3 days ago.
Definitely.
Without a doubt, 3 days ago, we would have used 2 Type 1 engines. So there are fires in this community that would require that. We would have used it last June at the Sunnyside fire. We had both engines go. One was the wildland engine, right? It has far less capability in terms of moving water.
Mutual aid didn't step in.
Well, they do, but we still added a second engine on this. We still had a second Templeton engine on site. So we would have used every piece of resource that we had available at these significant fires. Secondly, it creates that, so it's a second engine. It becomes the first out engine, creates a backup that we really don't have today. And the longer we go without that, the likely the more time that we have where the engine's out of service or cannot be performing, it goes out of service regularly for repairs and other things that are necessary. Even a new engine is gonna have to go out of service. So for repairs and new tires and other things that it will need, over time. And it means when that engine's out of service, we still have one available. We could still respond with that equipment. There's some real advantages to the community by having a second Type 1 engine. But I think the message is received. You want before we bring to you a specific request to place the order, whatever that might be, whether it's place an order or pick up a demo, whatever it might be, that the impact fees are in place and you get a real detailed review of the finances and what we think might happen with the asset replacement obligations, so forth and so on. So we understand that.
Well, and I think my request is greater in that, if you're looking at sliding over some CFD funds, then what does that do to the other funds that could have received those things? Because I think we have things that are deteriorating, other departments that could use those funds. And then also is just, how much, if you're talking about reallocating the tax fund too, that's a big thing that the community should be involved in too. And so, I just think that putting it off 6 or 9 months is not good. I think that our board could brainstorm now, look at those numbers sooner than later and say, okay, if this fire engine You know, what if our fire engine that we have right now just goes kaput? We have to buy one, right? How are we gonna handle that? And
Well-
so, you know,
Probably not this way, because this is ordering an engine that won't be here for 2 years, so if it goes kaput, it doesn't do us a lot of good.
right,
But
so,
you know, the plan, if we order something new built for Templeton, means that the current engine has to be the primary first out response until it arrives.
right.
So, yeah.
I think the fact that it's here in the budget means I think it helps kind of spotlight the need is there. How we fund it, we still need to figure out. But the need is there, and I
Oh,
think it
yeah.
puts it out there, and I think holds the district management accountable for find a solution, and I think you've been doing that by doing the master plan, the impact fee study. But there's still more that needs to be done. So, but I think it highlights it here.
I don't disagree with that.
So I think we've got agreement to put it in there.
Okay, I would recommend skipping forward to Parks and Recreation so we can ensure that we get through that before the regular meeting. If everyone's okay with that. There were a few other one-time purchases, some radios that were recommended for replacement. If you had any questions about that in the fire fund, let us know. Otherwise, I'm jumping ahead to page 72. That's the line items under Parks and Recreation. So
If people are gonna eat, they should probably do it now. Because 7 o'clock will be our main meeting. So,
Okay. I can eat and listen to Jeff at the same time.
really, I haven't learned how to do that yet. No.
See,
all right,
Carrie,
I'll just speak up from wherever you're at. So you remember about a few years back, we merged what the solid waste fund was independently budgeted. We merged that with Parks and Recreation, saw that as a way of bolstering funding in Parks and Recreation. And it's been quite interesting that the solid waste revenue has actually grown really substantially since that's occurred. Remember, we get a 10% franchise fee in solid waste, and because rates have gone up a lot, right? They've gone up due to CPI, which has been high for like 3 steady years. And then there was an adjustment to rates due to SB 1383. Those caused the rates to go up, and that increased the franchise fees. And over the last couple of years by about $65,000. So not insubstantial, not insignificant for this funding source. It really has made a really big difference. So that's in there. All the traditionally offered programs are programmed both on the revenue side and the expenditure side in Parks and Recreation. So youth soccer, basketball, softball, t-ball, flag football are all in there with maybe in soccer, not as high. I mean, we didn't expect a repeat year from last year in terms of attendance, but all the other programs are steady, stable, and programmed in there. Living the Dream fundraiser plan for this fall with a modest income level, not expecting to match what we got last year. We did the program last year after 2 dark years, and that we think created maybe something that's not achievable year after year in terms of revenue generation.
Where, would that be held at that's fall, right? Because the county took that over? I heard that.
At the Legion Hall, the county has historically been responsible for it. They just kind of lease out the operations of it to like a private person who runs it for them.
So we've always
So-
leased it from them?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whenever we sign the paperwork, it's got SLO County all over it, but still the Legion Hall, so.
Oh, okay.
So the salaries include the currently funded positions, including we added late in the current year, I'm sorry, I think, starting in March. A halftime maintenance worker position, funding for that halftime maintenance worker position is included going forward. There was some discussion at the Parks, Rec and Solid Waste Committee, Refuse Committee meeting here a couple weeks ago about considering some adjustments to that. We are bringing forward an item tonight to increase funding in that role for like June, because there are some maintenance challenges that we're facing. additionally, and I didn't hear, Justin, we did not get. We also looked at whether or not it makes sense to do some sort of short-term, immediate, early in the fiscal year, contracted services that can sort of supercharge the maintenance efforts in the parks. Like contract aeration and some left field leveling and those kinds of things. We were actually hoping to have costs for that tonight so that you could consider those costs and pull them into the budget, but they're not here. And so, if in fact, the committee had some pretty, not insignificant concerns about parks maintenance. We wanted to come forward with some items that would improve the efforts in the very near term. So that can be some combination of adding dollars to our part-time staff. We can work with that person more for a short period of time. Or some dollars to professional services where we could use like a landscape firm to come assist us with some larger projects, things that we're struggling with now due to availability of equipment and just manpower. But I don't have any firm, I don't have anything. We don't have anything on that.
No, unfortunately, we met with some contracted services at the end of last week, walked the grounds and spoke about a number of really encouraging ways that we could be supported and improved, namely in the near term efforts, sports fields. Unfortunately, I just went through and looked. I was supposed to have some costs together today to be able to communicate to you all, and for whatever reason, we weren't able to obtain those costs. Unfortunately, they'll probably come through tomorrow morning. But we were seeking some additional support. So park staff for these contracted services.
I do. So there's a couple ways we could go about this. If the cost estimates come in as reasonable and we believe they're recommended, I have kind of two options. We can fold those into the draft budget or the budget that you see on June 20th, and I can highlight that information at that time. Or you can consider the budget as it's drafted now, and we can come back with a budget amendment almost immediately. The problem is, we have this fairly short period of time when we think this is ideal to do before soccer season really begins. And so even waiting to late July, you're not gonna have a meeting on July 4th. So then the first meeting next fiscal year is July 18th. Well, that gets it pretty hard to beat soccer season, which starts, practices start in mid-August. So we haven't really brainstormed on this, but I think if the board is okay with it, if the cost estimates appear reasonable, I'd like, and we get them soon, like, the next couple of days, then I'd like to be able to fold those in to the version of the budget that you consider on June 20th. That would allow us to schedule that work to start July 1st. If we don't do that, the opportunity to get it done before soccer season probably doesn't exist, at least in that way. But let me finish talking about the parks budget, and then we can see how much money is available, and you can kind of decide if that's a good approach. So we still have funds for the recycling grant program. We have a handful of regular participants in that program. We've got $40,000. So I mentioned what the plan is to sell the 25-year-old John Deere tractor. That tractor has historically also been used at parks. The tractor's got some real maintenance issues, or some. It no longer, not everything operates on it. The attachments are inoperable. Like we have an aerator, but it's no longer operable. So the new tractor that we're planning on buying, or we discussed earlier for water and sewer, is larger. It's more like a commercial type of piece of equipment. It's not appropriate to be driving that real heavy piece of equipment on turf. So we've recommended with parks buying a small tractor that's designed for operation on turf, along with some attachments that would help us maintain the grounds, like aeration, and allow us to do more work on our own. Over the past year, we've attempted to borrow some equipment. We did about this time last year borrow equipment from the school district, but its availability is quite limited, and these small tractors with these attachments are not readily available through a rental facility. They have a kind of a limited use or limited demand locally. So that's programmed at $40,000. I think I last heard that we got a revised quote at like $45,000.
Just over 46. 46,237 and some change. And that's for, the primary reason was because the aerator attachment was so expensive. It's just a more complicated piece, an attachment. The tractor itself is only in about the 28,000, but it's those other attachments that end up increasing the price, especially the aerator.
Which is a piece that we think is really necessary.
And difficult to
Obtain local.
yeah.
I thought the Gophers were aerating it.
I mean,
I have some gophers on my property, I'll loan you. Free.
So if there's consensus tonight, I'd like to increase the funding for that. At this time, to cover those costs. I mean, buying the tractor without the equipment is, provides half benefit. So about 48 grand or so, 47,000.
47.
That includes sales tax and everything.
Yes, that's with everything.
So if it's over,
I'm
I'm
good with
for-
that.
I'm good with it.
So we made it 48.
47,
It was a little over 47.
you say?
It was 46.
47. Funding this program for some parking lot maintenance at the community center and at German Park. All the facilities need this, but it didn't make sense to us to do the work at Evers because we have this planned project at Evers and the parking lot is affected by the project. Some of the paving will be adjusted, both in the drive approach and in the ADA parking area. So we didn't want to put a slurry coat in there. If we're about to do some pavement work, we'll likely come back after that project's done and do the maintenance at Evers Park. So 32,000 for those two facilities. And then another item for Parks and Rec is a lease of a robotic field painter. It's been kind of interesting. So I mean, this is actually really fascinating. We have a little video of it if you'd like to see it, and you probably have time of how this thing works.
Is it painted for baseball and soccer and all the sports or just?
And everything under the sun. I can make up a sport tomorrow and program it to paint the lines for it.
Or AI.
Leave
Yeah.
messages on your phone.
But AI, this is the smart. Yeah. It doesn't program itself.
Wouldn't be anything with an intelligence.
Yeah, me.
Sort.
TurboTank One is an autonomous line marking robot designed to mark all types of sports fields without the need for a manual operator. The TurboTank GPS paint robot enables organizations to save time and money by reducing paint consumption and maximizing labor resources. TurboTank One comes with a smart tab that lets you control the robot by just tapping a few buttons. The dedicated intuitive app is easy to understand and navigate, allowing a quick setup in under 30 seconds. After you launch the route plan, the robot will drive directly to the starting point and begin painting. Because of its autonomous design, TurboTank One eliminates the need for a manual operator, so you can set it up and let it work while you can focus on other important tasks. Due to its advanced GPS technology, the robot easily measures, maps the field, and draws the lines all by itself, and it can get a field ready 7 times faster than any other traditional line marking methods. Getting those lines to be perfectly straight is a real struggle when you try to do it manually. But our intelligent base station secures automatic precision and reliability. With this GPS system, TurboTank One can draw a precise line with an accuracy of plus to minus 1 centimeter every time. It memorizes all its locations and route plans from the initial marking, making overmarking 100% accurate. TurboTank One is equipped with a low pressure paint pump and nozzle system, which reduces your paint consumption on an average of 50% or more. Turf Tank One's hardware and software platforms are designed to perform consistent and accurate line marking on both natural grass and artificial surfaces for all types of athletic sports, including American football, soccer, baseball, and lacrosse. You can choose between 45 different field types and nearly 10,000 options. Turf Tank One can make your life as a turf manager easy and can help your organization.
Well, that's a-
Are you ready?
I knew there was a catch.
Choose the autonomous line marking robot. Choose Turf Tank One.
That is pretty
Our
cool.
sales team and order your robot today.
So just to make sure the board is totally aware, what's recommended is actually to enter into a multi-year lease agreement, I think it's 6 years. Of lease payments for this device. There's some additional costs the first year to do setup and things like that for our facility. So it's not like a $12,000 commitment. It's like a $60,000 commitment over a period of years. But there's some real benefits. Right now, we have some difficulty in marking the lines straight and accurately. Because the fields are too bumpy. So the line marker, paint spray we use now, picture like a lawnmower type deck, fixed wheels, you push it every time you hit a bump, it jogs, and that leaves, that changes the line on the turf. This is marketed as a significant time saving item. And I think there will be some additional savings in labor costs because our operator, even though they've got to keep a close eye on the equipment, make sure it doesn't run out of paint and doesn't get plugged or something like that. They still will be, have to be in the vicinity. There could be other tasks that are done, to a limited degree while the thing is operating. I think it's for us, my takeaway is that it's a quality improvement for the youth sports. So Melissa's seen it in action, Justin and our couple of our folks from Parks Maintenance and the utility team went observed it in action with the school district. All indications are that folks that are using this are pretty happy with the decision to go with it. But it's not it is a substantial commitment. But there are some real benefits.
And they don't sell these, right?
They do sell them. There's another choice of just buying it outright. I think our initial inclination was this isn't something we're all that familiar with. We want to make sure that we get all the support we need. There is a limited warranty, but we would have a choice of just buying. We have a choice of buying it. Or going through a lease option. Depending when we would need to replace it, it might be more beneficial to buy it. But then again, if we had to replace it at the end of 6 years, it's pretty cost neutral. The lease and purchase are kind of cost neutral. It's a newer technology, but actually surprisingly getting a lot. There was an article on KSBY or a news story in KSBY just a few days ago. I think it was Santa Maria.
I think so, yeah.
Who put this same technology to use, competing technology, a little lower cost, but it doesn't do as good of a job on the kinds of facilities that we have that are kind of rough and bumpy. It doesn't adjust to those bumps as well, and so it leaves crooked lines. This technology is also used by both the Templeton School District and the Paso Robles School District, and so there's a lot of value in having in going with the technology that has local familiarity and support.
And the maintenance is included in the cost of the lease?
Not
But yeah, not some of it, but not the regular maintenance. There'd be some that would be included in the cost of some of the, I don't know, the more significant things that might break on it, right? But the normal wear and tear, that kind of maintenance would not be included. We have to purchase the specific paint, for example.
So what we budgeted here, does that include just the lease or the lease and the maintenance that we would be
it's
responsible
the
for?
first year supplies.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
And
And the maintenance, sorry to interrupt, the maintenance would come similar to what we would maintain on the paint sprayer we currently have.
This is a battery powered device. There's no engine to maintain that kind of thing, but we'd have to keep the batteries
Yeah, that's
charged.
so
And
weird.
it's bigger than it looks. That picture doesn't really illustrate it. This is something that in our current use, we'd probably be driving it up. After we go to Everest Park and do lines, when we go, for soccer season, we're lining fields at 3 locations. We'd have to pilot this device up on a trailer, drive it to German Park, from there to Templeton Middle School fields, or the elementary school fields where we also have soccer fields. So it's not like you can just turn it loose and it'll just go around town. It's gonna require some.
Not like the home.
I mean, it's a pretty cool remote control. We probably could, so, but, yeah. But you can't just lift it, a single person should just.
Question on the truck purchase. So do we have asset replacement fund in Park and Recs too?
Yes,
What number is it?
where are you looking at the truck,
The tractor.
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 Yeah, so in Parks and Recreation, going back to page 8, we have a asset replacement balance beginning of the year, $526,000.
What line item number is it? Because page 8, I'm on page 82.
Oh.
So.
Like more like page 11 or something.
Oh, online,
Online
that's-
it's stuff
sorry.
Or which?
Oh, no, she's,
Oh, way up there.
yeah.
Beautiful.
Well, that's the balance, but I think you're probably asking, what is the impact of the asset replacement contribution when we buy the tractor? And can the fund afford that? Right now, the fund is the budget year with expenses we've programmed has income over expenses of $122,000. So if we do asset replacement on the tractor for 10 years, let's say, that'll be something like $4,700 a year. And yeah, right. Everything with this fund changed when the solid waste fund was merged with it. It's got revenues that exceed expenses because of the franchise fee revenue. That's now 100% essentially devoted to Parks and Recreation. So yeah, I'm confident that we're gonna be able to absorb that increase in asset replacement funds.
And then the women's center is under Parks and Rec too, right? And does that need work done to it? or-
We did a lot of that over during COVID when it was empty and programmed empty because we couldn't use the rentals. So we did the fresh coat of paint and we just got the window coverings on and a lot of, general basic repairs. So it's looking pretty good.
The interior is pretty good. The exterior is gonna need to be painted. That's not cheap. And then we've got some aging appliances that are questionable. We're waiting for repairs, for example, on the oven. It's a commercial oven, range with back ordered parts and if it's been on order now for like 7 months, right?
Yeah.
We may have to replace that. That's gonna be a big ticket item. So yeah, the community center, and the community center brings in a limited, revenue stream. So yeah, it's maintenance obligations from time to time can outstrip the revenue that it brings in itself.
It has a permitted commercial kitchen.
No, it's not permitted. We just have commercial appliances. in there.
Oh,
So,
okay, because I know that like bakeries, small, call them, I forgot what they're called, like, out of home occupation. type of things. Sometimes what people are looking for commercial kitchens to produce their foods in.
Absolutely. We've had, in the last, I think, 3 years, I've had maybe 2 requests. Like I have, I don't know if the main office, because they handle more of the rentals on the community center, but I don't know that there have been many requests for that. But there would be, we would need to do some upgrades specifically to the stove if we.
Yeah, right now the stove is
It's out
out of
of,
service. The heating, you can't use don't come to the community center planning to bake your bread.
most of the groups that do rent the community center, if they do use the kitchen, they tend to use the sinks and the fridge for sort of the cleanups and the storage. But they bring in caterers or their own foods for private events, so. So we don't have too much of a heavy request for use of the stove, or the oven. It's there, it's, important to maintain, but it's not the biggest request we get there, so.
I just know some of the wineries have commercial kitchens. It's the space house to
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
keep in mind, that does not have a commercial bid to it.
So it's not a commercial kitchen.
Yeah, no, they would need some significant upgrades.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have like a 3-compartment sink and,
Exactly.
yeah, it's got a hand washing sink, but it doesn't have a 3-compartment sink. I don't know that it would meet, like a county health department definition of a
I was
commercial.
just thinking if it was, it's another way to raise.
For revenue
Apparently
source.
it's not.
So that's Parks and Recreation and sort of you can kind of see the bottom line is, we, again, now. Now that we've got this kind of newish revenue stream coming into there, it really has opened up the opportunities there. We can, afford to. Incur some new expenses like for the line painter, and put some more resources towards parks maintenance, which is kind of bad. So if it's okay with you, what I'd like to do is make some minor changes to the recommended expenditures in Parks Rec and Solid Waste based on the information we receive on some contracted service costs, do some maintenance at the fields before soccer season. Again, we have a kind of a really small window to do that. And if we can get a handle on that over the next week or so, we can incorporate that into the version of the budget that you receive. You would just get a new page and highlight those changes.
I'm good with that.
Good with that.
Definitely needed.
Does the chair and a coffee cup come with it?
I know I already pre-stocked. And we get the lost and found items,
You got one for
right?
Justin, didn't
Repurpose.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back, if you're good with Parks and Rec, I'm gonna go back to CFD. I'll just keep going until we get, maybe 5 minutes to 7 or something. So the CFD fund, the part that's worth really kind of looking at tonight, page 60 on the budget document. And I'm sorry for those of you who are trying to follow along on the computer. So we do have some ongoing, limited consulting fees associated with calculating the annual assessments in invoicing those through the county. And then we do have funded, put a little bit of money in there for legal services because we have from time to time have had a need to spend some funds on legal issues related to CFD. This year, for the first time, the admin allocation is hitting the CFD to a very small amount, to the tune of just under $500. Again, that will adjust kind of if this allocation plan is adopted. It'll be dynamic and adjust each year. We do anticipate about $62,000 in CFD assessments. That's a pretty significant increase from last year. That is 100% attributed to the apartments that were finished at Templeton Place, the senior apartments on Peterson Ranch Road that we anticipate adding to the assessment for the first time in July when you consider that assessment. So as we sit here today, based on the Finance and Admin Committee's recommendations, these funds would just sort of continue, would build through this year and not be allocated. Of course, you can change that. You can change that at any point in the future. I sent that there were some questions that came up at your last board meeting. So I sent out to you a couple weeks ago, the formation documents from the CFD. It was written kind of very intentionally to give the board a lot of discretion about where the CFD funds go. Although I would caution you to ensure that these funds are serving a growing population. They're not as restrictive as development impact fees, but they shouldn't be used to necessarily supplant other efforts. For example, even though we haven't added park acreage, we are having to add more efforts in park maintenance because of the use of the parks have increased, and they've done so since the CFD was formed. If we look at it's pretty easy and defensible to look at our soccer participation from 6 years ago, compare that to 2022, and you can see just what an additional impact it's had. So I think you can make an argument that you can use CFD funds on park maintenance, even if you don't add park acreage. But you're also considering, or we're very close to adding a bunch of new park amenities that are going to have additional maintenance obligations, like the playground, etc. And certainly on the fire side, using CFD funds to pay for operations. We've expanded our operations in fire really significantly since the CFD was formed. You know, we now are staffed 24/7. We're proposing in the near term that the board will further consider additional apparatus to be maintained. So I think it'll be fairly defensible to use those funds in those ways. But if you read the formation documents, you have quite a bit of latitude in where you want to spend those funds. The committee recommended just leaving them unallocated for the time being. There isn't a need in 23-24 to allocate them to allow or to create a balanced fund. All the primary funds that you've looked at here are balanced or better. There are some really small exceptions, drainage being one of them. And that's probably not a fund that you could use CFD or you should use CFD funds for, because we really made no changes to drainage operations as a result of since the CFD was formed. It's a very stagnant operation. So nonetheless, just sort of bottom line, because we haven't allocated these funds yet out of the CFD, your projected ending balance is about $120,000. June 30th, 2023. So I'm sorry, June 30th, 2024. End of next fiscal year, you'll have about $120,000 that could be allocated with funding of in excess of 60,000. And
Sorry, where are you getting that number?
page 8,
Page 8.
everything on page 8.
Well, because on page 60, it's showing 59,000.
That's current year. It's current year revenue.
Oh, current year, it's not cumulative.
Yes, because we
Okay.
haven't allocated these in the past. We've built this up over these last few years.
And we'll be getting in $59,000 basically every year at a minimum from here on out.
Yes.
And then with more growth, we do get more.
Well, as long as that growth occurs within the annex parcels of the CFD.
Right. The Filiponi project isn't, but the new one east of Bennett Way is,
It is not yet.
right, but it would get into the CFD fund, right?
It should be subject to it.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's CFD. Streetlights is the next one, and this is one that I do want to spend more time on than we've given in the past. So, for the streetlights hadn't previously had an administrative allocation, and the administrative allocation plan does call for the streetlight fund to be burdened by about $6,600 next year. So we're able to the streetlight fund does kind of two things. One, it uses general revenues or general tax dollars to pay for primarily streetlights on Main Street, and there's a few other places in town that are not associated with the lighting district. And then there are 4 lighting districts that we manage. Those were formed, many years ago, 4 different times. And those lighting districts were all set up based on cost estimates, and they include a factor for the CPI. Now, historically, we've always assessed essentially the direct costs of the electricity and maintenance of those streetlights, which are PG&E maintained, not district maintained. And so we get a bill that includes both streetlight maintenance as well as the electricity. We've billed for those costs plus $3 per lot. I mean, the kind of an administrative fee, really kind of a minuscule, didn't even cover our postage probably for mailing notices to these homeowners and processing these payments to the property tax roll. Now that we have an administrative allocation, we went back and looked at all 4 of the lighting districts to determine if they could support the new cost. So now there's higher costs that are and properly so. This is not while it's not a huge burden, it's not a nothing kind of effort, right? We've got to notify all the homeowners about their assessments. We issue a notice of public hearing. We process all the assessments to account the property tax roll, and then we post all the assessments to the appropriate funds and code the bills every time they come in, etc. So, of the four separate districts, two of which we were able to include the new administrative allocation costs without exceeding the cap, the original amount that was levied plus the CPI. It kind of created a cap on the fee structure. The other two, there were some lots that we weren't able to fully, we hit that cap before adding all the administrative allocation costs to them. So the revenues that you see here are either to the cap or to their proportionate share of the new administrative cost allocation. Whichever was lower. Hope I didn't muddy that up too badly. So that we're not in violation of the originally formed lighting district. So here's another fund like drainage that now has a small deficit. In the past, we had we were kind of building the balance. Because of this administrative cost allocation, we ended up with about $2,200 deficit because not all of that administrative cost allocation should be applied to the lighting district. Some of it is part of the district's streetlight operation. The general streetlights, that's roughly $25,000 of our expenses are associated. And this is another area where that property tax allocation might need to be revisited, although not necessarily in the short term for this fund. We've got about 20 years. We can deal with this deficit if the deficit remains the same for like 20 years before we run out of fund balance. So it's not in any sort of crisis, but the cost allocation did kind of upset this a little bit. But I think it's proper. And just wanted to call that to your attention that the streetlights, if this did run out of money, or when it does, you would need to make a minor adjustment, probably to the property tax distribution to the streetlight fund. Again, it's actually quite small. Here. So that's all of the funds. It's about 8 minutes to 7. I know we didn't come back and look at I think there was some interest in coming back and looking at the cost allocation plan. Now you've kind of seen how it affects the various funds, or discussed how it affects the various funds. If there's still interest in doing that, we could do so at the end of the 7 o'clock meeting, unless it's super quick. We're trying tackling it now.
End of the meeting.
I think after the 7 o'clock meeting.
I do have a comment just to add into this workshop I'd like to have. In looking at our electricity bills, it's over $500,000 a year we spend for water, sewer, admin, fire, park, and street lights. I just happened to be up at the city of Paso Robles City Council meeting. Firestone, the brewery up there, was adding on a whole bunch of solar panels. They're on the east side of the railroad tracks. They are putting all that energy into PG&E's system so much that it's offsetting the cost of running that facility. So they're not distributing it to their different locations. They're just putting it into PG&E, paying, or PG&E is buying it from them. And so we have the Creekside property, and that might be something to look at if we've got $500,000 every year, more than $500,000 in electrical costs. Is it worth us thinking about putting solar up and selling it to PG&E to then reduce those costs? Just an idea to throw out there. Since that land is sitting there. And also I noticed that we're still in the sphere of influence. Are we paying taxes on that property? Where if we brought it in through APCO, we wouldn't be paying taxes on it. I don't think it's much.
So so half the property is within the district. The southern half is actually annexed, is in the district's boundaries. The northern half we've requested as a part of our municipal service review to be folded into the sphere of influence to allow us to annex.
Oh, so it's just that was the part that was highlighted on the map
I
there.
think the map might be out of date.
The sphere of influence when you look at our But the thing is that I doubt that our property, because it's zoned ag, so I don't think
It's-
property tax is very high, but still, if we brought it into our district, then I think we wouldn't pay any property tax.
That's right.
I think it's like a couple thousand.
But we've owned that land for 20 years. That's
Well, we've owned the northern half since 2017. The southern half since like 07.
Yeah.
Southern half is in the district's boundaries. They did annex it.
So that
The
might
northern
be-
half is, we're working on that. Trying to get them to fold it in we're doing a very slow and painful municipal service review with LAFCO right now. It's really not that painful, but it is pretty slow. And, we requested that be folded into that analysis and added to our sphere of influence to later permit us to annex. Okay, well, if we're gonna talk about the, you can continue the discussion. I think the main interest is on the cost allocation plan at the end of your 7 o'clock meeting. And so if that's the case, I recommend you adjourn this meeting and then we'll call the 7 o'clock meeting to order at 7. And we can do some disassembly here or at least allow these folks to go.
Yeah, before I do, I'd like to thank the staff for all their work on the budget, especially for you over there, 2 of you over here. I know it's not fun, been there, done that, so. No,
3
not
of
you,
them,
not you.
3, this one.
Who?
Well, Jeff.
Oh, he doesn't count.
Oh.
Well, I think it's a group effort, so
It is a group effort, so.
Yeah.
I
It's
stand
much
corrected, 3 of
appreciated.
them. Anyway, thank you, we appreciate it.
and thank you
Again,
for sitting in this evening
yeah.
too.
And you guys can stay for the other meeting if you like.
I will be. Have a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
I got a line field.
Good night.
Yeah, but he came out and he said, no, because I thought, okay, either it's gonna be the district or I'm gonna call a plumber.
I think she's done.
But then, you know, Casey said, no. It's just- Hi, Allison. Just the water's leaking in. So.
I don't know, home ownership is constantly.
It's always something.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I will call our regular scheduled meeting of Tuesday, July 6th to order. And roll call, please.
Peters, Bardavich,
Here.
Gardini,
Here.
Logan,
Here.
Pearson,
Here.
and Peterson.
Here. Could you join me in the pledge of allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
When was this closed session?
We haven't had it yet.
That's what I thought, okay. Would any member of the board like to change the order of business?
No.
Okay, seeing none. Is there a public comment? A couple people from the public? None. Okay, hearing none, we'll just move right on to the consent agenda. We have 3 items, the minutes, the update, the travel reimbursement, and budget amendment, Parks, Rec, and Solid Waste.
So I would like to request that the minutes be pulled and voted on separately. Since I was present at the meeting, however, I was not able to participate in one of the items. So, and I know, Director, I should say President Peterson was also absent as well.
Okay,
So I don't feel comfortable in voting on the minutes.
on the minutes, okay.
So I'll make a motion to accept the update to the travel reimbursement and the budget amendment.
I'll second the motion.
Any public comment? All in favor?
I think we have to do a
Vote,
roll call vote.
vote.
Roll call.
Director Stardini,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Bardonish,
Aye.
Pearson,
I,
and Peterson.
I abstain.
And then I'll make a motion to accept the minutes from the May 16th, 2023 board meeting.
I'll second.
Roll call vote.
Director Stardini,
Aye.
Pearson,
I,
Bardonish,
Aye.
Logan,
I'll abstain.
and Peterson.
Yeah, because there was one item that I was not able to participate in.
Nobody says you abstain in the minutes.
Well, I can't approve that section. It's the discussion.
I abstain also.
So what's?
So I can get definitive legal counsel for you. I've heard, if it's important. First of all of our meetings are recorded and broadcast. Even if you missed a meeting, if you believe the minutes accurately represent what occurred during the meeting, you can vote for it. You don't have to have been in attendance. You could watch the meeting online if you missed it. If you wish, you may abstain. Vice President Logan, in your case, I don't think you were obligated to abstain from voting on the minutes because you didn't participate in one of those sections. But it is your call and you have the right to abstain.
It doesn't hurt anything.
Yeah, okay, then I'll vote in favor of approving the minutes.
I'm sorry, you done with?
I was done with it. but
Okay.
I would go back and change her. Oh,
Yeah,
So I think we have 4 approvals here
And one
of the
abstention.
minutes, and then Director Peterson is abstaining since he wasn't present.
Okay. Okay, moving on to the business, are you reading?
I didn't do it.
Go for it.
Natalie, all right.
So,
Agreement for the auditing firm.
the recommended action tonight is that the directors by motion authorize staff to execute an agreement audit services with Nigro and Nigro for 3 years, beginning with fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. And with the option of extending the contract for 2 additional 1-year periods. Leaf and Cole has been the district auditors for many years. Their last contract began in 2008. In 2013 and 14, the government code was updated to require that auditors rotate to a local agency if the lead audit partner or coordinating audit partner have primary responsibility for the audit this is kind of convoluted, for the audit has performed audit services for 6 consecutive fiscal years. As the district had been with Leaf and Cole for a number of years, we've gone through several of their auditing partners. We went before the Admin and Finance Committee and approved publishing a request for proposals for auditing services at the March 14th meeting. The district requested proposals for 3 years, beginning with fiscal year June 30th, 2023, with the option of extending the contract. And the district received 5 proposals. And then there was a number of different criteria that were on the proposals that needed to be met. Staff and members of the Admin and Finance Committee everybody separately, individually scored the proposals based on the set criteria. And then on May 12th, staff met with the committee to discuss the scores and proposals received. There was quite a bit of discussion. The committee narrowed the recommendation to 2 audit firms, Nigro and Moss, Levy, and Hartzman. One aspect in reviewing the remaining audit firms was their quality control or peer reviews through the AICPA program. This review helps to monitor a firm's accounting and auditing practices. Nigro and Nigro with their proposal included their AICPA letter with a pass grade. Moss Levy had not provided this information with their proposal, so the committee advised staff to reach out to the firm for a copy of their latest peer review. I did receive that. Their peer review came back with a pass with deficiencies. The committee also asked staff to conduct reference checks for NIGRO and NIGRO. Now, as of to date, I received references from Stallion Springs CSD, Calegus Municipal Water District, Scotts Valley CSD, and the consultant who's doing Santa Ynez CSD's financials. Everyone said that they were very happy with the audit services provided, deadlines were met, there was excellent communication. Since Moss Levy and Hartzman received a pass with deficiency and have a higher cost per year for audit services, staff and the admin and finance committee's recommendation to the board is to authorize staff to execute an agreement for audit services with NIGRO and NIGRO.
Questions?
Any questions from the board?
Are you waking him up over there?
I was gonna kick them.
No, I'm good. Thank you, Natalie.
Any public comment?
I'll make a motion that the board approve the proposal, our staff's recommendation to use NIGRO and NIGRO for its audit services.
I'll second.
Director Slogan,
Aye.
Peterson,
Yes.
Bardavich.
Aye.
Gardini
Yes.
and Pearson.
Aye.
Okay, passes 5-0. So the next item is the fire and emergency services impact fee discussion.
Yes, good evening, and for this discussion, Allison from like Whitson sang is participating via Zoom. You know, those of you who were around 5 years ago might remember Allison, and she made several trips to the Templeton when we did our water rates, sewer rates, and then the impact fee updates in 2018. Following the board's adoption of the fire master plan back in March, we engaged Allison to do some impact fee calculations based on the new master plan. And so that work started almost right away. And Allison's prepared a PowerPoint presentation to walk you through kind of this, I'll call them preliminary results of this work. And there are a number of assumptions, and when we get to those, I'll want to kind of make sure that you think we're on the right page. And then we can get to the results and we can kind of talk about next steps. So Allison, I probably didn't rehearse this with you, but are you able to share your screen so you can operate the slideshow from there?
I will try. I will try. Okay, let's see. Did that work? Can you see my screen?
Yep.
And you can hear me and see me okay, it sounds like?
Yep.
Excellent. So I will jump right in. First of all, thank you for inviting me back. I enjoyed working with the district back in 2018, and I appreciate the opportunity to work with you again. So as some background, trying to get everybody on the same page in terms of, what is an impact fee, what sorts of things impact fees can fund versus not fund. Impact fees are one-time fees paid by new development for expanded facilities to serve that development, including assets and infrastructure, vehicles, anything that a service provider might need to construct or pay for to accommodate new growth. Typically, it's paid by developers at the time of issuing permits, and is typically kind of rolled into the cost of either new homes or new commercial construction. And legally, the fees must be proportional to the capacity or benefit attributable to development. So we have to assign a nexus between the cost of the fee and then the benefit provided. And fees cannot be used to pay the ongoing operations costs or wear and tear on facilities. Operating costs should be rates or taxes or other ongoing revenue sources, but not impact fees. And the way that works is new development pays their permits, joins your community, pays their impact fees. Templeton constructs facilities as needed to accommodate those new residents, businesses. They then become taxpayers. And then as taxpayers, the taxes then pay for ongoing maintenance and operations costs of the fire department. So we looked at this, the fire impact fee back in 2018. And at that time, we determined that the best course of action was to just update the fee annually by inflation. And so that's what's been happening the past 5 years. So your current fee is the same for residential and commercial development. Single-story buildings pay 87 cents per square foot. And then multi-story buildings greater than 18 feet pay $1.60 per square foot. And the concept there is that at the time of the fees were initially adopted, Templeton was collecting funds for an aerial apparatus to put out fires on those larger buildings. And then my understanding is that most commercial development is greater than 18 feet, even if it's not technically a multi-story development. They're larger building sizes, and so most commercial development falls in that multi-story category and pays that higher impact fee. So an update is needed to fund the new costs outlined in the master plan assessment. And most significantly, the fire station expansion. That's the biggest single cost proposed to be recovered in the impact fee. And then the multi-story fee is proposed to be phased out. There's no longer the need to recover costs for the aerial apparatus. And 5 years have passed since the last fee update. And so we want to also look at new development projections. Okay, so this fee is based on a 20-year planning horizon. And we internally with staff spent a lot of time thinking about how to best project growth over the next 20 years. So, you know, what facilities are needed to serve the community over the next 20 years, and how many new residents and businesses can that accommodate? And so historically, you know, Templeton has been restricted in the growth arena by water supply. But we looked at the most up-to-date water supply model and the available capacity for water supply as a potential gauge of how much growth might occur in your community. So based on the water supply model, there's about 48% capacity for growth. And then we were talking internally, just because water supply is available doesn't necessarily mean that you know all that capacity is going to be taken up and used right away. So we wanted to be a little more conservative, and so we're scaling that down to about 75% of the available water capacity. So instead of 48% growth from your existing community, we're estimating about 36% growth over the next 20 years.
Allison, can we stop you real quick? I know we have a question. I do want to spend some more time on this assumption because I think it is pretty critical in the way it flushes out the figures going forward.
So the total supply was not including the 20% buffer. Should that be included in there?
Well, the buffer's not part of our real demand. It's kind of a set aside right off the top. This is based on current development demand.
Because the buffer would be the reserve.
Would be the reserve.
Yeah.
Okay, so future growth, you're assuming we're gonna get 626 acre feet of growth in how much time?
Well, so that these are the important, I think, points. So what we decided originally, or when we first started this, was what should we use to help us forecast growth in Templeton and at what time frame? And Allison had a great idea. Let's use water supply. That's the real constraint on growth, as opposed to acres of undeveloped land or something of that nature. So what we did was we took the existing demand And then we took the available water. Now, keep in mind, like half of this available water is already subscribed. It's, you know, it's a will serve commitment to a property owner that is not yet built, but they're able to build. And then we looked at our forecast for additional water supply, primarily from the Nasi Recharge Recovery Project. And said, well, you know, that should all become available clearly within the next 20 years. And certainly the water units that are already out there could be built tomorrow, really. I mean, not tomorrow, but in the near term, there wouldn't be something that the district would do that would prevent it necessarily. But that created this number of like 626 acre feet. And we started looking at, okay, many of the water units that are out there now have existed for really like 20 and 30 years. So it's not fair to assume that every gallon of water that we can make available will be put to use in the next 20 years. Because some people have had it for a long time and haven't done anything with it. So there's been no constraint on it, but they have not put it to use. And so we kind of kicked around internally, what is a fair assumption? And so for now, we've at the staff level anyway, we sort of settled on like 75%. So all the water that's available now, plus the water that we're confident will become available. This model, as we sit here today, assumes that 75% of that water gets put into use over the next 20 years. You know, if you feel like that's too aggressive, like it won't happen, we can scale that further back. It's not difficult to do. We can say it's not, instead of 75%, it's 2/3, 66%, or maybe 75% is too conservative and more of it will develop, then it can become 80%. But that all has all changes the kind of bottom line. It's a pretty fundamental or foundational assumption with what we've got here, with what we're working towards. So unfortunately, you know, that over time, the district's changed its rules. And so, you know, maybe I feel somewhat more likely that units that you release now actually get put to use. But I don't think 100% of the water that we have or will develop will be put to use over the next 20 years, because we've got some of it that's been sitting for 30 years already. So that's how we got to 75%.
I think it's a reasonable assumption.
I think it's a little aggressive, because I remember when I came on board, it was 6 years ago. We had what, 750 units or so outstanding. Of that, it's gone down now to 630. So I mean, I don't know. I think.
Well, this is acre feet, not.
That's true. Yeah, but still, I don't know.
Yeah, we've whittled it down. I think the things that's changed going forward is we're now in a pattern of releasing units, and we've got a project that's gonna make more of that very likely within this planning horizon. And we've got kind of a modernized or an updated set of rules that require the developer to proceed with their projects during the 5-year payment plan. And we just aren't really through that far enough to know how many of those are gonna come back or end up somehow being parked. The idea is, though, if you accept the units and you don't build, then they become relinquished and be issued to somebody else, and theoretically they would be doing something with it. So if you think 75%, so let me just bottom line as you think about this, and this is a workshop type item. You're not making final decisions today. You're just trying to understand. We're trying to make sure you understand how this was assembled. The lower this number becomes, the higher the fees are, because the projects that are needed need to be done in the next 20 years. So if this number falls from 75 to 65 or something, there's a corresponding increase to the fees. Because the projects are needed within the next 20 years.
So the challenge here, though, is like compared to a water impact fee, we get that money or the impact fee when we sell the water unit, so they don't have to build it or anything, correct?
Yes.
This is the challenge.
It's a little different. Let me rephrase. Almost all the units that were released over the last 3 years, on the water side, the property owner has entered into a 5-year payment plan. So we get the money during the time that they're proceeding with the project, and if all things worked out, they would be paying it off when the project was approved, if, you know, somewhere at the end of that 5-year period or the latter half of that 5-year period. But yes, we get that upfront before the demand exists. In this case, these fees are paid at the time that or just prior to the property owner, generally, just prior to the property owner obtaining a building permit. In other words, they've got their project approved. They've got their conditional use permit or subdivision filed or whatever. They're ready to pull the building permit. They come to Templeton CSD, they ask for a will serve letter. They would have already needed to have the water and sewer in order to get
Building permit.
even the conditional use permit or the subdivision approved. So then they pay this, obtain a will serve letter for a building permit, and then go pull the building permit. That's what should happen. And so we would receive the money only immediately before the issuance of the building permit, typically.
Out of the 626 acre feet per year that's for future growth, how much of that is allocated to the outstanding water meters that have already been paid for?
If I can try to pull that up. Unless, Allison, do you have that stuff, the stuff that I sent you handy on? Oh, I can find it,
The water supply model.
Yeah, I got it here, I found it.
Okay.
Sorry.
The already paid for water meters, the ones that haven't been used for years and years. the ones-
virtual meters.
Right, I'm asking how many acre feet there are of that.
Yeah, so I've got that right here. Actually. Virtual and zero use meters as of December 31st were 306 acre feet.
Okay.
So you think so? acres.
Yeah, so remember, we have this 406 acre foot allocation from Nacimiento that we expect to be able to put to full use. I'm not saying there'll be demand for it day one, but there'll be an opportunity for people to obtain will serve. Once that.
Okay, so it's 400, but you're supposed to take buffer off of that though, right?
Yeah, the buffer's included on the total calculation here. I mean,
Percent buffer.
yeah, so the buffer, the 626.
That includes that.
Yeah, the 626 is, so let me pull it back up, I'm sorry. But right now, we have 488 acre feet dedicated to the buffer. On top of the 306 that are already allocated. So I mean, the 75% is just it's not a sweat, it won't, I mean, whatever number I say, it won't be that in 20 years. It's just, 100% felt way too optimistic in terms of, aggressive, like that, even though all those water units are likely to be made available, it doesn't feel likely that they'll all be put to use in the 20-year period. And I say that because we've got so many that date back, quite a while. They date back 15 and 20 years. So, and units that are put to use in the latter half of this 20-year horizon are also unlikely to be put, 15 years from now, for example, they're unlikely to be built or constructed in that final 5 years. It just takes that long to go through the planning process. So that's kind of how we got to 75%. I spoke with, after we kind of talked about it, I spoke with Tina and I said, well, what do you think? What does your instinct say? Is that a defensible figure? It's, I think, because of what it does to the fees, I would not want you to err on the too low of side, because then it drives the fees up and it makes the fees less defensible. So, if anything, I'd want to err, higher than plausible, but not, but it's ridiculous to say 100% because history tells us that's just not the case. anyways, we can come back if you want to kind of think about this more, but it is, I think, leaving tonight, we want to have some sort of, and it's not a decision that you're making, obviously, today, but we want to have some sort of confirmation that we're on the right track on this assumption. So. Okay, let's go on to the next one, Allison.
Okay. So, like we said, we're looking at a 20-year planning horizon, and that growth factor is applied to existing residents. So we felt very confident about the census data for existing residents. The slight issue or concern or consideration is commercial construction is a little bit hard to estimate. So, I dug through my files looking for data. I think staff also dug through their files. And so far, the best data we have is data from 2013 from the county for the amount of square feet of non-residential building size in your area. So then we have a 10-year gap. So from 2013 to present day, how do we estimate any new construction? What is the total amount of commercial construction present day? And so we tooled around with different data sources, and the best information we have so far in this analysis process is taking that 2013 data and adding job growth over the past 10 years. So the census does give us pretty good job numbers. So we have very good, residential data, and then we have good job numbers. And so I'm using that to extrapolate to get us to present day, the amount of residents, the amount of commercial construction. So then we can apply growth factor for the next 20 years. And the huge caveat to that is I have been working with the county. I have a contact in the planning and building department, but there's just been a lot of back and forth about quality of data available. Do we want to use, was it the permit software, permitting system software, or they even talked to me a little bit about GIS layers of the building and construction size, and do they think this or that source is accurate? And I do apologize, it's been a little bit of a toss-up. It's very hard to get information from them, a lot of delays in responses. So this presentation includes the best available information we have at this point. So the table here is a little bit complicated. So under the current column, that's existing dwelling units, residential dwelling units. And that's the number we feel pretty confident about, just given the census data. And then we made an assumption that the average home size is 2,200 square feet. And again, another caveat is it's an average. So it includes large, maybe ranch style single family homes. It includes smaller, maybe multifamily dwelling units, more like efficiency style apartments. So it's a big average there of many different home sizes. And then underneath that, under non-residential, that is the estimate I was talking about, where we were trying to get data from the county and had trouble. So that current non-residential square feet of about 1.4 million square feet is my estimate. And then to all of those figures, we've added that 36% growth that we got from the water supply model. And so that takes to the total build out, or I shouldn't use the term build out, it's not really build out, our 20-year plan horizon then is on the right-hand column. So we'll continue to pursue the county, but we did need to continue on with our analysis. So TBD a bit on the projection for the commercial square feet.
If we could Allison, if you can hold it right there just real quick, I just want to just confirm with the board on this topic. So right now, as we sit here, we'd love to fold in the actual figures from the county if they can provide that. And that will refine this and it might adjust the assumptions a little bit. But we're not particularly confident we're going to be able to get that information in a timely manner. So at some point, after we conclude this tonight, you'll have to tell us, I think the assumptions we've made are defensible, or that Allison's made are defensible, and we could proceed without the actual data. If the real data arrives sometime between now and when you're ready to adopt the fees, we should incorporate it. But there is some risk about just sitting and waiting for the data. One, we could wait months and it never really arrive, or there's already been some concerns raised about whether they could even provide accurate information to begin with. They don't, you know, so anyways, just think about that as you go through it. I think my recommendation is just to proceed down the path. If the better data comes up between now and whatever we are, then we incorporate it and we adjust accordingly. But if it never does, that we don't let it hold us up. But I wanted to confirm with you that that's an acceptable approach.
So I have a question. So on the master plan for Templeton zoning, we have so many lots designated commercial, office and professional, industrial. That was all rolled into your non-residential development. Were you looking at actual parcels and what could be developed?
No, it's
36% growth and assumed across the board it was going to be that growth rate.
well, the issue is determining the current square footage, the 2023 square footage of commercial non-residential development. The 36% is based on that earlier assumption of water becoming available. But if we add 36% to 1.4 million square feet, you get one number. But if this number is way off, let's say it's really 2 million square feet and not 1.4, then it would be a lot more commercial growth projected.
Go ahead, because I'm confused.
Well, you're asking about now. I was just gonna ask just quick. So for residential, you're saying we're gonna have 1,085 new homes.
Yes.
Right.
Dwelling units, not homes, dwelling units,
So it could be
Apartments.
apartments,
ADUs.
ADUs, so all those counts. So that comes to about 50 over the next 20 years. Are we getting those kind of numbers right now? 50 going?
Well, the problem, I mean, we've got, there have been years when we've exceeded 50 and then a lot of years that are less. But we're coming off a kind of a period where we weren't releasing a lot of water units as well. So, so no, I don't, we haven't grown at that rate every year for the past decade. But there were pockets of times when we grew faster than that.
But we didn't have the water units available either.
But we're not gonna have water units for another 3-4 years.
Well, we've released them 3 years in a row
Yeah.
without having.
But
any
we're
project.
releasing
Like 30, 40,
30, 40,
20, yeah, 30, 40.
So, yeah. So we released 100 over the last 3 years. So that's 30 units. If I'm just thinking a little high,
But remember, there's a bunch of units out there, it's still like 500 that are not yet connected. That they don't need, they're not waiting on a release, they can go do their thing.
and I built.
So, yeah, anyways, it's, again, you know, I think the issue is we wanted we had a harder time, there's two assumptions here, that one, the 2,200 square feet that Allison mentioned, just want to note, that is covered space, that's not just, when you normally think of a house, someone tells you live in a 1,500 square foot house, you probably have a patio cover and a garage too, that this 2,200 is inclusive of all covered space when we talk about an average. And then, you know, we feel pretty good and confident in those figures, as Allison mentioned. It's really it's the current square footage of commercial development. And this is an area where we think we've grown a lot. I mean, there's been steady commercial development for the past decade. I mean, everything in Tin City, along the Ramada corridor, many of those facilities are new, or are within the last 10 years. There's a lot of square footage out there. We don't track, you know, we don't keep that information in a tally form. We have what we think is good starting spot 2013, which is what Allison started with, and then kind of waiting to see if the county would be able to provide this. Otherwise, we recommend applying the jobs growth as a factor in square footage. But if anything, I think this is a low number.
Would the assessor's office have that as versus residential assessment versus commercial assessment from year to year in our area? instead of planning?
Maybe.
I mean, I deal with planning, they're not gonna get the information.
I don't know. I mean, Allison, is that an option? The assessor's office maybe maintain, they would certainly maintain assessed value, but I don't know if they track, I don't know if square footage.
Yeah,
What
I
about
can,
when
when
you
you did your-
assessed on your square footage of your house?
Yeah, but-
Specifically on your selling price?
Commercial development is, I think, a little bit different.
No. I don't know. I was just thought that assessors.
No, but that.
We can check, we'll check. I mean, if we can get good information here, we'll add it to the mix, but.
And we don't have it on the fire inspections?
Not. I mean, we could go back and probably extrapolate the costs or the fees that have been paid in based on the rates and extrapolate out a number of square footage, but we don't keep the square footage that was developed on.
Not
It's not.
consistently maintained, we're not maintaining that.
But there have been, like the general manager said, large commercial developments, even since I've been here.
And your suggestion is to go to the planning department? No, to go to the
Assessors.
tax assessor? Yeah, I don't recall anything on my tax bill that says square footage.
Yeah, but if you look at, like I look at assessments a lot, it'll say land value, house value, and then it'll usually give you a square footage of the house or the commercial property on it, within the breakdown on it. I don't think it shows up in your tax bill, but stuff I look at has it. I swear.
You would think somebody would.
Could be.
Well, I'm trying to look at it.
It's a good suggestion, we'll give it a try.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on, Alice.
okay. All right, so this chart are the costs for recovery within the impact fee. So we have the fire station expansion, the training grounds, and the type 1 pumper engine. So these are all from the master plan and associated documents. So that got us to about 6.9 million. However, the district currently has some funds to pledge towards that cost. You have existing capital improvement funds for the fire department. Oh, whoops. Of about 2.8 million. And then Natalie pointed out that you also, for some of the properties, have a fire service capital fee. It's a small monthly fee that generates about $18,000 annually. A pre-proposition to 18 fee. So presumably it never had to be voted on, and the district never had to do a big public approval process. And I guess the policy is just to keep that going indefinitely. And so over a 20-year period, that would generate about 362,000. So we are able to net out those other revenue sources from the expansion cost. So the net amount for recovery in the impact fee is about 3.8 million.
You want 1 second, Allison?
On the
Sure.
type 1 engine, shouldn't we have 2 of those on there?
No, this is the new equipment.
The new
So
one.
Yeah,
this-
I know, but don't you think,
So it's adding.
Because asset replacement would take care of the next.
okay, that's a replacement.
So yeah, these are only, new, additional.
Okay, so, when we're ready to replace second one, we ask for replacement.
And these dollars tie back to the master plan that we just adopted in April or March, or just a couple months ago.
Yeah, I had a lot of the same questions for staff are we replacing things? Are there other types of facilities or costs that need to be included? And there are different methodologies for determining which costs you want to include in the impact fee. This methodology is purely the expansion methodology. So there's no buy-in to existing depreciated facilities. We're only looking at assets, buildings, and the vehicle that are triggered or heavily benefit growth.
So I have a question, the fire service fee revenue over 20 years. What is that?
So, at some date, and I wish I had better information, but at some date in the nineties, the district adopted a fee that applied to what was then existing development. And I believe it's 84 cents a month.
Yes.
Per home. Some commercial businesses actually pay like two of those. 84 cents a month, and we collect that annually. And that stopped when the district, that, I shouldn't say that stopped, that applied to what was existing at that point in time. And then the district first adopted its fire impact fee program. And so new development going forward paid a sizable chunk of money, and the folks that were here all along paid 84 cents a month. And so that fee remains. It has not been adjusted since it was imposed. Otherwise, any adjustment would have to comply with, you know, state law, and a lot of things have changed since the fee was originally imposed. So if you have an older, well, not older, but the nineties or older, so about something like half the community, or maybe a little less, pays this 84 cents a month. It's on your water bill.
So the total non-impact fee revenue was, that amount was subtracted from the 6,940,000 to get us the 3,791,000, correct?
Right, yes.
And just, I just looked up on my house, it gives me the square foot of my house on the assessor's information.
Yeah, but the commercial ones, it doesn't seem like it is.
That's where I thought.
They don't-
Commercial ones, and
You don't,
I don't know how they assess it though, but that's a really good question, and that'd be something to look into.
Yeah, I usually I can make a few phone calls. That's a fairly easy thing to, and they can tell me over the phone usually, yes, we have that data, or no, we don't. So I don't think that would be a lot of time and effort to check if that's available.
So they want to follow along on the math on this before we just move on. So again, roughly $7 million of improvements that were carved out in the master plan, roughly $3.1 million is all that's available now, plus anticipated to be available over the next 20 years, leaves this $3.8 million gap. We're good.
Okay, so the next kind of question we're looking at in the impact fee analysis is, then we have the costs and we have a growth estimate. And so how do we fairly ascribe the costs of the facilities to growth? And so the next few slides are trying to get at that nexus concept of the impacts of growth and the cost of the fee. So when we think about the fire department, medical response is actually a large part of the function of a fire department. And your master plan even had a few charts and noted that about 60% of service calls are related to medical emergency response. And so we propose to assign the impact of medical response based on the number of people attributable to different development types. So a residential home, the number of residents in that home would determine the medical response impact. And then commercial businesses, the number of employees is the typical way that medical response is determined. And then the second type of impact is the more traditional, what we think of a fire department, the fire protection service that the fire department provides. And the master plan noted that about 40% of calls were for fire protection. And so we propose to assign fire protection benefit to new development based on square feet of construction. And as Jeff noted, we're using a broad scope of what we're considering construction. So indoor building livable space, things like covered carports, workshops, sheds, garages, outside buildings, because that's all potentially flammable buildings that need fire protection. And so we're using these two factors to determine the weighted impacts of new development on your fire department. And so the weighting is 60% to medical response based on number of people and 40% to fire protection based on building size. And so the typical factors we're using, residential impacts are based on 2.68 people per home. And that's a census number, and their average home size of 2,200 square feet. And then non-residential impacts are based on number of jobs and number of employees in your area and building size. And so that's back where we go back to kind of circle back to that discussion about I feel pretty confident in the jobs reported number, and then building size, you know, we explained there's some caveats there. So here is the chart that explains how we get the weighted impact. So if you take the 2,200 square for an average size home, that ends up as about 1.22 people per 1,000 square feet. And then I looked at the number of jobs and the total estimated commercial space in your area, and it came out to about 2.56 jobs per 1,000 square feet. And the kind of industry standard sort of rule of thumb, when good data isn't available, it's about 3 employees per 1,000 square feet. So your data, that's another, it's just another indication that the data we think is in the ballpark. So I was pleased to see that this was about around that three employees per 1,000 square feet range. And so then the weighted impact is the medical services times 60% plus the fire impact times 40%. And you can see the fire impact, it's the same between residential and non-residential. It's, you know, 1 square foot of building has the same impact, you know, fire protection impact, whether it's commercial or residential. So, so you can see that there is a larger weighted impact for non-residential development. And so in this fee model, this does end up with a higher relative fee for commercial building than or compared to residential building. So that's the ultimate impact. I shouldn't use the word impact. The ultimate consequence of this methodology is that there is a higher relative commercial impact. And so then we multiply out the square footage of the residential proposed or estimated construction, multiply out the estimated non-residential construction, and these are converted to 1,000 square feet just to reduce the zeros here that we're looking at. So then we take that cost, the net impact fee amount, are about 3.8 million divided by our weighted impact of the 2 development types. Get a base cost per 1,000 square feet. And then we multiply that by that weighting factor that I calculated in the prior charts. It's probably a little complicated. This is kind of the sausage making of the calculations, but we wanted to provide all the math, you know, for your review. You can see the residential fee is about $1,156 per 1,000 square foot. And then the non-residential fee is almost $2,000 per 1,000 square feet. And the way the math works out, down here on the bottom of the slide, I have a few different residential typical type, you know, building sizes. Maybe a larger ranch style home, maybe a more efficiency apartment type dwelling, multifamily dwelling. And then the new accessory dwelling unit laws say that you cannot charge an impact fee for a dwelling that's smaller than 750 square feet. And that accessory dwelling units, their fees have to be proportional to the square foot charge of a single family residential connection or new development. But so we've achieved that here because we've calculated the cost on a per 1,000 square foot basis. So it's fully proportional based on square feet. So the charges for a typical single family residential customer, the impact fee would be about $2,900. So the next chart, this is a fee survey, and I want to take a minute to explain this. So your current impact fee has a two-tiered rate, right? It's 87 cents for a single story development, and then it's $1.60 for a multi-story development. So there's a potential range of costs here for existing, if we look at the existing fee, if it's multi-story, it's on the higher end about 4,000 square feet for that 2,500 square foot home. And then if it's only a one-story fee under your current fee structure, or one-story building under your current fee structure, it's about 2,200. So this proposed fee falls in the middle. And it's not as high as Pismo Beach. So then this chart shows the current fee. Your current fee is $1.60. So times 1,000 square feet is $1,600. And talking with staff, I learned that most commercial development in your area is the larger building size and does exceed, was it 18 feet is the cutoff, and does fall into that multi-story fee. So it's just it's an increase from about $1,600 to about, from $1,600 to about $2,000 or so. But not the highest, and certainly not the lowest either, kind of in the middle there.
The definition of multi-story, where does that come from?
Our current ordinance, it's any building over 18 feet, even if it's not a true multi-story building.
Ouch.
So we have a lot of,
I'm not kidding, because that's not by the California Building Code. And so all like, as soon as you try to make a building attractive by putting a pitched roof on it, it becomes multi-story.
yes,
Even though it's a single story, but do you need a multi-story fire engine to put that out?
at the time the fee was adopted, it was based on seeking apparatus over 18 feet. So yeah, I mean, if it's a single story, but has a 40-foot tall roof, it creates a tall demand for.
Okay, well, that'd be a pitch like
Yeah,
this,
but-
okay.
The
So,
current ordinance is 18 feet. I think it was established in 2002. Been that way for about 20 years.
I mean, I understand that helps you out of fees, but I think that,
So just before you get too far, that's one of the things we're
I don't
proposing to
think that's
eliminate.
defensible, personally.
We're-
That's why we're
we-
looking at merging these and eliminating that.
Yeah, so this the current configuration, the current strategy here was to eliminate the two-tier approach where we charge more for multi-story. At the time, the district had established a impact fee, and then what ended up happening was there was a multi-story or 18-foot plus kind of carryover or additional fee that was assessed only on those buildings that were taller than that. They're really paying kind of two. We collected as one fee at this rate of $1.60, but that's the base fee plus the multi-story fee. But we are proposing to eliminate that kind of component.
So it'd be
A couple things. One, almost all the commercial buildings fall in the multi-story category either way. Even single-story buildings have, lofts or taller roofs or whatever. And then two, we're seeing, more and more of the residential development is multi-story as time goes on.
Well, I would agree with that. It has to be.
And as we look at this also, I mean, we were looking at density. Density is going to become more and more dense, and therefore creating a bigger threat for us to be able to evacuate, be able to fight fire in those high density situations, even commercially. So taking that high 18-foot charge out of there, reducing that and slightly elevating the single story to that new fee.
So I think on the residential side, I wouldn't, again, using this model, we're gonna be creating a savings for multi-story residential development. It'll increase if it's a single story development, the fee would be higher than it presently is. You know, it really sort of depends. It seems like more of the projects we're dealing with now on the residential side are multi-story. Anyways, there are just fewer locations where single story construction makes sense. There's still some larger lots in Templeton. They will undoubtedly be built, some of them with single floor homes, but going forward, I think we would expect more multi-story. And so the new fee is actually lower than the existing one in that case. And then on the commercial side, this really has little to do with the floor issue. Although we've assumed in this analysis here that all the commercial were paying the 2-story rate, or for this comparison. The reason this is going up is really based on that weighting factor that doesn't exist with our current fee program. We charge the same per square foot residential versus non-residential, and talking with Allison, it really, you know, her opinion was that it is industry standard to separate those two, and not unusual at all to see a higher charge per square foot for commercial development. So that's really what you're seeing here on this second commercial comparison is that impact.
Going back a couple charts, if you do a studio apartment, what's the fee then? So if you have an apartment complex, 10 studio apartments, so you're in the multifamily, you're saying 1,500 square foot. What if they're each 800 square feet? It's based on square footage?
Yes.
then?
Based on square footage.
Based on square footage, okay, and that's per studio apartment then?
So yeah, if they happen to be 750 square feet, they'd be 867 per unit.
Okay,
Just keep in mind the fees are charged on the whole project as opposed to per unit in an apartment, and that's gonna include some
Yeah.
other buildings like carports and maybe a community room and things like that that are gonna be additional square footage beyond just the residential unit.
but that goes into the HOA or the CCNRs. Question, did we ever get a second bid on the estimate for the firehouse expansion, fire station expansion? Because it came in at 5.3.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get a formal bid. I think Tommy talked to a couple people, and we talked to Rubio about getting another bid too.
Yeah, it was right after that, and he indicated that somebody came back at a slightly higher, but reviewing the bid really wouldn't be of benefit at that time. It could be now, but you know, it would depend upon the cost that we want to spend to do another actual cost allocation.
Well, I'm wondering if I could make a phone call to San Miguel Community Service District because they're.
Well, I'm not sure it would be worthwhile because we're not moving forward with it at this point.
Yeah, but we're basing our fees off of it.
Well, but I don't think that any bid would be substantially different.
Oh, I think it'd be substantially different.
I mean, I could get some rough estimates right now. I mean,
What
For
is that
example,
per foot?
it's 1,100 square foot. The 5.3,
Yeah,
yeah, 1,100 a square foot.
1,100 a square foot.
And the industry standard is, you know, right now, just from the people I've talked to, about 800 a square foot. But that's not prevailing wage stuff either.
So it's,
100
yeah,
square foot. For what then? All fire stations are prevailing wage
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So commercial, that type of stuff,
is not.
600 to 800 a square foot, depending upon, you know, where you're building. And fire stations are I haven't honestly looked at fire stations because there's really nothing recent that's been built. I mean, I could go to the state at Station 30, but that's not a legitimate comparison. That was
like
just,
$33 million or
Oh,
yeah,
that's-
shockingly high.
It's an incredible amount of money for that station.
right.
So, I mean, the fire stations are hard to compare because it's an essential building, so it has very different construction standards. It's got to survive a much stronger like earthquake standard. And then keep in mind that this $5.3 million is a big chunk of it's a new building attached to the current apparatus bay. But another portion of it is a reconfiguration of the existing space. So it's not adding, that portion isn't adding square footage, but reconfiguring the space. So that's a chunk of this cost too. We have that broken down, but.
Yeah, and it's also redoing the apparatus bay,
Yeah, I
updating it.
remember floor plans. I'm just wondering because San Miguel Fire District is doing a mobile home where they're gonna live in and then they're gonna build their fire station. I'm wondering what their cost analysis.
I've got some more data on that I could share with you, but
I know what's his face.
yeah, I do too.
Yeah, so the issue really is we've got to base these costs on the master. If we wanted to get a new cost estimate, you kind of press pause here, get that. If you want to accept it, you'd have to fold it into the master plan. And then complete the impact fee work because we need the impact fees to reference the adopted master plan.
And I see the 5.3 is only gonna grow
Yeah,
in
that's what I was
cost by the time we get around to being able to build it.
So how do we adjust for that?
Well, I think we look at, this is what we have, it's kind of,
Maybe
So-
put in a.
Yes, so Allison, you could probably address this. Yeah, with our other fees, we index to the construction cost index. So those fees the board can consider adjust, and you have since 2019, adjusted fees based on the construction cost index. And that's intended to try to keep up so that you're not doing this full exercise every year. The problem is the money you already collected isn't growing at that rate, right? I mean, especially in this kind of environment, we've had really high increases in construction costs.
So there is a CPI associated with this development impact fee.
If it's adopted by the board, it would be recommended.
At
Yeah.
what percentage?
It's not, it's tied to the engineering record construction cost index. I mean, that's what we're tying it to today. I don't know, Allison, is that still your recommendation?
Definitely, yes.
What is that? Or what was that this year?
I can pull it up. We did it last October. So
For the, see it.
for all the other impact fees. We did it, we adopted them for water, wastewater and parks and recreation. So I can tell you what it was.
What's a development impact fee is water, sewer, fire, your Quimby.
Yeah,
In our
Parks and
case,
Rec.
parks and recreation.
Right. But, okay, oh yeah, okay, Parks and Rec. And what else goes into our development impact fees? That's it, correct? And so water meter right now is 40-some thousand.
36.
3,575.
575 and a sewers 12.
So
It's on our master fee schedule. I'm trying to find it.
So then you're gonna
Keep up with
have
this.
for home, what was that estimate, Tom, for us to 2,500 square foot house would be about?
$2,800.
$2,800, yeah.
Which is 700.
2890.
I mean, I look at
you know, our development impact fees are over $50,000. If you go up to Paso and City of Atascadero, they're a lot less. They're less by about
Mascarero's pretty close.
$10,000 or so, so then are we slitting our throats here for development when we were pricing ourselves out?
I don't think it's a deterrent now, in terms of development. And you're really talking about for commercial, it's an increase of $375. But really on the single family residence, it's really a reduction because if the current 2-story is 4,000, we're saying we'll take it down to 2,890.
Right.
And most development, if you look at down here at Creekside, everything down there was 2-story.
Well, and even the new Toad Creek proposed, some of those are 3-story with the under
The
garage.
land is so expensive, they're gonna go up and not single story and spread out. I mean,
Well, I don't think fire's pushing it over. I mean, fire's only 2,800, but
So are we gonna be able to collect enough for our needs?
That's what she's gonna get to, yeah.
Sorry, I'm still hunting for that, now I can't find the meeting that we did it.
I guess what I look at it is the foundation of this is the square footage, and that's a huge assumption.
Yeah.
That hasn't been validated.
Growth and assumption and. the
Yeah,
square footage,
yeah.
those are-
Yeah.
I'm still.
But again, even like
if
our,
you have tag going against every single, anything that's less than 1 acre, they're fighting on less than 1 acre lots. And so, I mean, they appeal the Sani project. And they're probably gonna appeal my project.
Yeah.
And
Well, I'm
so-
just looking at it as the starting point of, you know, what we think we have today. We really haven't validated those numbers. And I don't know that we've got time, but that's kind of what I'm struggling with.
So you had asked a question about what was the construction cost index when we last updated it, it was 5.7%. Last fall, based on the August 31st. So August 31st, August 31st. 5.7%. I think the year before was actually higher, 8 point something.
Allison.
Yeah.
So what we're seeking here, that's really the conclusion of Allison's prepared presentation. We do, you know, we have some information if you want to talk about alternatives, but they just changed the way the cost is structured between single family and commercial. It raises the same amount of money, but it just drives more cost to the residential side if you eliminate that weighted factor. Or if you don't include that. I wanted to kind of get some direction about how we proceed with this.
So I guess my question was, does this amount raise enough money?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, but if the assumptions come true, right? It's,
Yeah.
the math is kind of simple, that we make those certain assumptions about the amount of growth. We divide that square footage of anticipated growth by the $3.8 million that we need to raise. And that's what would happen. That's what we would raise if that amount of growth occurred.
In 20
In
years.
20 years.
Yes.
we're gonna raise- But we're gonna be short.
But the fee would go up every year based on the construction cost index if the board adopts that. So, you know, the goal is to keep up with the rising costs in that regard. That's what we have for our other fee programs.
So do we know how much it would be if we change the growth to like 66% or something like that rather than
Your
75?
fee will go up.
By how much?
I don't know.
It makes a pretty big difference.
Yeah.
So if you think the 75% is too aggressive, I don't, Allison, you have that spreadsheet handy? If you plug in 2/3 instead of 75?
15
Um,
dwellings and.
yes, well, you can do, you know, if you do 75% divided by 66%, you have to increase by about 14%. So the fee would increase by
You gotta think
14%.
about- We just did 48 apartment units over on Peterson Ranch. 1 year. plus all the homes, things that are coming in the pipeline.
But yeah, that was a project over a couple of years, right? 2 or 3 years.
Right, but then you had other construction projects going on at the same time.
So Allison, so they would be, if we assume 66% of the water units would be constructed and in use over the 20 years, it would raise the fees by about 14%. Does
Right,
that sound right?
yeah.
So if you look at your, I don't know what you want to compare it to, but so for the single, the residential rate would go up by
I'm getting about $400.
$400, yeah, it would go to about 3,300.
Yeah.
Which would put us around Tismo.
Yeah.
And I think you're looking at that balance factor that Director Giardini was talking about. You make it too much, you're deterring. You make it too little, we don't get the amount we need.
Well, you have to figure out of all the water units that we are now releasing annually, we keep releasing them, those will get built because people aren't buying unless they want to build them. So we released 36 last year. I forget how many.
42 this year.
We've got a lot of them. Anyway, those will all eventually get built, most likely. The ones where we're doing the big assumption are the ones that have been built on for 20 years because they have no incentive to do anything with them because we're not giving them any incentives to do anything with them.
Yeah, and they make up, if you go back to one of the earlier slides that Allison had, as we discussed a few minutes ago, this is assuming there's about 626 acre feet between the existing unconnected units and new water made available, 626 acre feet. 306 acre feet is that old stuff. Primarily, I mean, some of them are a little bit newer because we have in the 306 acre feet, the water units that were released over the past 2 years. But in general, let's say it's 280 or something like that, 275 of that acre feet is old. So almost half of this, maybe 40% of the available water is this old stuff.
To go into the workshop session. To fund things. Strategic planning workshop. That I keep. It gets no.
So if the board agrees with the analysis here, what's the next step?
Strategic
Yeah.
planning workshop.
So the next step on the adoption of this is, so we need a couple things confirmed. Does the 75%, does that make sense? Does it feel, is it defensible? Does it feel not too aggressive, but not too conservative? Again, I'd want to err. If you were going to err, I would not want to be too conservative because it makes the fees less defensible. Does that feel right? I think that's one important issue that we should, that we'd like to get out of this today. And the second thing is, how long do you want to wait for the county? Or can we say, if we get the county data, great, we fold it in and we move forward. But if we don't, we go with what we got and we proceed. The next logical step in my mind is to package this information up, get it to the development community, hold a workshop with the development community. My question for you is, do you want that to be at a board meeting so that you can hear their input directly, or do you want staff to hold that and take input and answer questions? I'm not, based on the results of where we stand right now, I think there'll be some questions, and obviously, the development community wants this to be as small a number as possible, but the numbers aren't going up drastically. Those folks on the commercial side, or, like I expect you to hear from, on the residential side, there's gonna be some winners and losers depending on what they build. Compared to the current fee.
I would like to see a public meeting with the developers with the board included in that.
I'd like to see a separate one on that,
Like a special meeting.
at a special meeting.
Yeah. But with the board included.
Oh, yeah.
Special board meeting.
Yeah.
Special one.
And so are you okay with the strategy about if the county data arrives, between now and whenever we hold the special meeting, we update it, but if it doesn't, we go with what we have.
I'm okay.
Does that work? Does that work? And then on the 75%, does it feel? Is that,
Well, I'd like to know if the county can provide it by what date, because either the county can provide it or not, and if they can, by what date?
You're gonna get them to commit to this?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'd like to
sure.
know.
Well, and
I think it's important, because if they can get it to us, I mean, timing is an issue here.
And I think the question is the county data any more accurate than what Allison's putting together?
Yeah.
Cause it's gonna be,
Well,
Assumptions
I'd
also.
like it, because I think it becomes more defensible if we say this is where we got the data. And that's.
yeah, I think Allison said, I mean, Allison, you speak, you've talked to the folks and there's, they're trying to work on it, but there's not a firm commitment that they're gonna be able to obtain it. Does that sound fair?
Yeah,
That's
I think
exactly right,
That's what
yeah.
I'm looking for, is a commitment. I mean.
Yeah,
if
we're not
we
gonna
get
get that from the
commitment-
county.
Well, I'd like to have it asked.
No, we
Either
She has.
they have it, or they don't, and if they do have it, when will they provide it? If they can't give us a commitment, fine, but I'd like that asked. I'd like to know that.
she did that.
I mean,
That's what she's.
every week since my contract was signed, I have an email.
It has to come out.
Hey.
That's yourself.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, every week since my contract with you all was signed, I have an email or a phone call to them. Hey, just checking in again. Hey, it's Allison again. Hey. So I promise you, I have been, persistent here. This is just a low
But I guess
priority
what's
item.
the response back to you, because either, again, it's, do they have it or not? And if they have it, when could they provide it? When could they possibly provide it? Because I think that's a decision that we need to go with. If they don't have it available, then just tell us. If they have it available, is there a date that they can commit to? And if they can't commit to that, I think the board needs to know that as well.
Okay. Yeah,
And I understand you've probably been badgering them for the information, and I appreciate that. But I think at some point, I just want to have the board have the information available and know whether or not it could be obtained or it can't be obtained.
yeah, and I
Gotta
think,
make some decisions.
yeah, and part of the reason this has taken so long and some back and forth is that I kind of broached the topic broadly. I said, do you have commercial construction estimates? And then behind the scenes, they had to interpret that, and they looked in both their permitting software and their GIS layers. So they're, within the county, they have different data sources. And so I think part of why it was kind of wishy-washy as an answer was they were looking at the different software, the different systems, which had more up-to-date information or better information. So there's been some parsing of what to use that's been going on.
So I guess my recommendation would be to keep moving forward. If we're able to get the data, we do our best to incorporate it. We can pick a date out to hold this meeting. We're heading into, if you want to have a special meeting, we'll have to figure out when that can be held. And that would give more time to receive the county data, should it be available. And we can update, if it's at a board meeting, we can update you then with what the county data says. But my concern is if we just wait, we could be here for 90 days and then just end up in the same spot we are now, which is nothing was available. The data exists. Can someone get it out of the county system and make it available for us? That we don't know. And I don't want to badmouth the county, but they're not necessarily, they don't necessarily make supporting the CSDs their highest priority.
Well, there's no incentive for them to do that.
Well, and I just checked, so on Trader Joe's, I could come up with the square footage, but I checked on Nino's and couldn't come up with the square footage of the property. So, what is Jack's now, I guess. And so, I think they may not have that information or that.
Assessor.
Oh, yeah, through the assessor's office, which
Okay.
would be by far the better place to get it than the planning department. Because you're assessing the square footage. You've got assessment on the land value, assessment on the building value. And so I don't, like, I give the county a week or give the county a year and they're still not gonna
get back to you on time on it.
I guess this is another topic. There was an option B that wasn't discussed. in our
Oh,
packet.
you know, yeah, that's the alternative that, and Alex can bring that up if you'd like. That's the alternative that eliminates the whole tiering for residential and non-residential development and applies a uniform per square foot cost for all types of development. It's not recommended. It was recommended, it was included only if you dismissed or didn't want to have the weighted
Okay, and then,
average.
and then I guess this may be for Allison. When you were looking at the numbers for medical calls, you only include employees for businesses, you don't include customers. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, good point. That's kind of the industry standard way to do it. I think it's most likely it's probably hard to estimate the number of customers. You know, is a customer only there 10 minutes to pick up a to-go order and then they leave? Or is it like a hair salon where the customer's there for an hour getting their hair done? And so I don't have a great answer other than this is the industry standard methodology.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, what do you need from us?
So I think we got direction. I think so. If I have this right, you want to, if we're able to get something out of the county, you want us to use it. And if we can't,
Yes.
you want an explanation as to if they weren't able to provide it or just gave up or whatever. And then two, you want to hold a workshop. I never got an answer on the 75%, but nobody came up with something better or one way or the other.
I'm good with this.
So 75% works at least for now, and you know, as we move forward, and you'd like to hold a workshop with the development community at a special meeting of the board of directors. So what we'll do now is coordinate calendars, and I'll, you know, we'll reach out to the board and we'll pick a date to hold that. Probably, I'm gonna be gone for like 16 days. At the end of June and the first half of July. Because we don't have a July 4th board meeting. So my instinct tells me this should be done like in the second half of July. Unless you want to try to do something really soon, and that would be, we're not gonna have any candidate if we try to do that right away. We do need, excuse me, we do need to provide adequate notification to the development community of what we're proposing and a time to attend, et cetera.
And this would be a proposal of just the fire. There's a fire impact fee, not all development fees.
Correct.
Just
Just this and just at a workshop, right? Not for approval by the board. That would need to be done only after a notice public hearing.
I think it should just be at a regular board meeting instead of a special workshop, because one, it's only one impact fee, not a whole bunch. And last time, this board was not very accommodating to them, so I don't know how receptive they're going to be about being showing up. If you remember, they asked to bring forward information to us about their costs, and our board said no. Went ahead, and so I don't think there's a lot of good karma out there. So I think that you could just have it at a regular board meeting and would show up.
I think because it's such a specific topic. And if you recall, the last time we did do it with the developers, it was fairly lengthy and
But we did all the fees at once. We did park, we did water and sewer.
correct. I just don't know that they'll have any interest in any of the other topics on our agenda. So that's the only reason why I think it would be a separate meeting. But I'll leave it up to staff to make that determination.
We can do a workshop earlier that same day, like we did today, if that was something you'd like. I mean, I can coordinate that with the board president. I think one thing to look at, what's gonna cause the development community to engage is what is the proposed fees? And really on the residential side, it kind of is a split the difference of what we're charging now. Most probably won't view this as a big increase. There is an increase on the commercial side, something just under 20%. And so I would imagine those folks will engage, but as far as the residential builders, anyone building multifamily residential, the fee's gonna go down from what it is today. So I don't think the shock value's there. Last time we had pretty substantial increases in water and sewer, and then we also had, on the Parks and Rec side was pretty substantial. And that's the area that we spent time on, but it was really on the Parks and Rec.
So why wouldn't we be able to do it in like a regular meeting?
And I think you could,
Okay,
but
I
just,
would feel more comfortable doing that. My work schedule, but also developer work schedules and work. Maybe. And if there's a concern of not sitting through the whole meeting, we can always move it up on the agenda. To
Yeah,
accommodate that.
if you think that they'd be more likely to come if it was earlier, we could, like I said, do something just before the meeting, like at 5 o'clock or something. It's up to really, like I said, I'd be happy if the rest of the board has real specific direction. I'd be happy to coordinate that directly with the board president. But it sounds like you want that review to be done in front of the board.
I just add a regular board meeting.
Okay, 7 o'clock on a regular.
I don't have a strong preference one way or another. I just want to have the discussion be with the board present as opposed to it just being a meeting with staff.
And just to confirm, did it work out okay to have Allison participate remotely? Perfect.
Okay, you got what you need?
Yeah, Allison, we good?
Thank you, Allison.
All right,
Appreciate
yep,
it.
and so very shortly, I will follow up again with the county, ask for a firm commitment on a date.
All
and
right, Pam
also,
has another question.
I just.
call the assessor's office.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
is she gonna show this at the workshop?
Yes, we'll have a presentation.
So on the non-residential impact based on, oh, mine just went out. Impacts of growth continued, that slide, it's just worded wrong. Or it's worded weird because it even, go back some more. No, keep going. Oh, no, that's it. That slide says non-residential impacts based on number of jobs, number of employees in TCSD, which sounds like it means within working for Templeton
Oh.
Community Services.
Oh,
Within
versus
boundaries.
TSD
within
boundaries.
TCSD's boundaries.
Yeah, we can clarify that.
Yeah, it just threw me the first time I read it.
Yeah, so what we would work on is we put together like some written information that would go out that would kind of go over this and then have a presentation for them.
Blue would catch it.
Okay. We'll continue with our budget.
Yes, thanks, Allison.
Thank
Thank you
you.
all.
We're back to the.
General managers, so,
No, we're
no,
our
are we doing
workshop.
the budget workshop?
Yeah.
Do we have to?
So on the budget workshop, I think we left off with some interest in just spending a little bit more down kind of hunt for it here, a little more time on the allocation plan, so you went through all the funds, you see where where that shows up in the cost, in the administrative cost allocation on a per fund basis. The recommendation coming from the admin and finance committee was to adopt this, to reference this document. I believe it's a part of our strategic financial policies. So there's a record of how this was determined. And then keep in mind, this is not a stagnant figure, right? Every year, these figures will be updated before the start of the next budget year. And I would expect that each year there'll be some minor year over year kind of minor changes, but over a long period of time, the changes might be material. Based on how these were determined. So I think there was some interest in kind of going over that further, or is that still sound direction and you expect to come back to prepare to adopt this at your next meeting?
I look at it. It's
Can't hear you.
She wants to look at
I'm
it.
waiting for it to reload.
Why it went away.
I think it's just, the big shocker is just the increase for fire going from 10%, which is the existing allocation, to 22.73%. Park and Rec was actually at 15.5%. And they're actually decreasing, and that 15.5% increase included the solid waste. And they're now decreasing to 12.18%.
Yeah, but you have to remember, we went from a part-time fire department to a full-time fire department. So your administration.
The head count was the same. It's how you classified the employee changed, but the head count stayed the same.
No, we got. extra
We're actually
people.
less people now.
Not, yeah,
but
the
you-
full-time employees are, we had at
Well,
1.1.
full-time, but nonetheless, you still, what changed? The classification. But you still had the same personnel.
Yeah, but you still got more administrative.
You were still
costs.
doing paychecks. You were still doing everything in terms of ordering supplies, any other, so
So then what?
I'm not
okay,
sure-
Then what caused it to
I'm
go
not
up?
saying, all I'm pointing out is a fact. I'm not disputing what's here. I'm saying that that's the biggest increase is with the fire going from 12% to 22.73%. Park and Rec actually decreased because when you look at existing is 15.5% for Park and Rec, which included the solid waste. They're now going down to 12% and some change.
So why
So
does?
It's really
what-
because I'm just making a statement.
So what is substantiating her increase then? What is she?
Well, really, the methodology that was used for the prior allocation is not the same methodology that's used today.
Yeah.
So, and it was not, it hadn't been changed in like 12 years. So, this report doesn't attempt to justify the prior allocation, it's just providing some comparative analysis. That what the report really does, and I can walk you through kind of history, is we talked about the various options that existed with Mary, who was our consultant through RGS, about what mechanisms exist and what is reasonable given the district's size. And we sort of settled on, well, why don't we look at, we'll look at employment count and we'll look at dollars and cents. And they're actually both included in here is over like an 8 or 10 year history. And the original draft, or the first version that we brought forward to the Admin and Finance Committee, looked at prior year expenses in relation to one another to develop the cost allocation plan. And she felt it was a defensible approach. But the numbers were even higher for fire under that approach. That we brought that forward to the committee, and there was some shock and, but willingness to move forward. And after that meeting, we kind of regrouped and said, well, are we missing something here? Because originally we hadn't factored in the asset replacement contributions and expense. The money we set aside in asset replacement will become an expense down the road. They become expenses in big chunks all at once, not every single year. Like you're gonna replace a water line or, replace a fire engine or something of that nature. It's a periodic expense, but it's really substantial. And so we talked about, does it make sense with Mary? Does it make sense to incorporate the asset replacement contributions? And what that did is it pushed more, and we did, and she agreed that it did. And so we did that, and it pushed more of the expenses into water and sewer and increased those contribution rates closer to what they were historically. Because those two funds have really big asset replacement contributions, like $500,000 or more per year. It's a big chunk of change. So when we incorporated that, it shifted some allocation back to water and sewer over the prior draft. We took it back to the committee a month later, or in August, I should say, and the committee said, yes, we like this approach better. And so that is what's folded into the draft budget that you reviewed tonight. This April 5th report, which includes that additional consideration of the asset replacement as an expense for the purposes of determining the allocation. And so that created a couple percent savings to fire.
So since solid waste doesn't have any asset replacement fund, then that's why it went down. And then the asset replacement fund, basically for water, sewer and fire is what drove most of the admin costs.
No, as the solid waste went from 5 to 0 only because we previously merged it with
Yeah. Park
Parks
and
and
Rec.
Rec. So it really would be, if you're gonna compare it side by side, you should add that 5 to the 10.5, and it was last year
Was
15.5.
yeah.
So it says, so fiscal year 2019 to 20, there was 2 positions for fire and it jumped up to 5. And you're saying that there was no change? What is?
I'm saying there's a big change in our full-time employees. That's employee headcount, full-time employee headcount.
Okay. So there has been a change to full-time
Oh, yeah.
and that's what is part of the jump in the,
Well, that's
I don't
not
know
really,
that, no, I don't think that.
it's
that's-
not utilized.
That's not the cause for it to increase. I think it's the methodology that's being used and proposed that's making the change. So,
Just that in the past, the fire fund really wasn't paying its share of the admin allocation.
Oh,
But
well,
with
that explains.
Well,
it.
I just.
Sorry, Tom.
Well,
I mean,
I mean, I've got my own personal opinions as a citizen, but as a fire chief, I'm gonna be limited on what I'm gonna say, but it's, one of those things where I know from previous employment, we did a time and motion study to identify what the costs were.
So with the solid waste, we put all the money into the Parks and Rec. Do we have an option to put part of it into fire department as well? Or
no, because it's being used for some of the programs that
In
Park and Rec.
So I think you have your tools available to you. If you think, I wouldn't recommend trying to split that up. We've actually merged those funds now, with solid waste.
Okay, I'm just
If you're-
looking at this and this is just substantial change. Like for this year was $140,000.
It's a huge hit to the.
It's
fire.
a huge hit to the fire department. All the decisions that we made in terms of all the budgets and things like that previously. We never thought that, all the study, models that we looked at, never looked at that. So I just don't, if we're gonna go with this route and this is gonna be a new method, we just have to find a way to increase the revenue for fire department. Which means whether it's the CFD fund that would be fully allocated to the fire department or changing the property tax split by a couple of percentages to at least make up for partial, up to $140,000, because that's just a huge hit. And we're talking about our fire department. We worked so hard to save it, and then for this year, the budget looks good, but I just don't know over the next 10, 15 years, it's gonna be sustainable. $140,000 a year. Over 10 years, that's $1.4 million. So, something's gotta give on that. Yeah.
So if you, so
I'm sorry, let me just finish
I'm
up
so
because
sorry. I didn't
with
mean to
the,
interrupt.
no, I was just getting at it, because especially after looking at what the numbers were for solid waste, it was $270-something thousand that went to
237.
237 that went to Parks and Rec. That was a lot more. And when we,
Yeah, it's been a high.
it's just like change.
237, yeah.
So that's a big. Anyways.
There are some expenses associated with solid waste, that are in the fund, but they're minor compared to the benefit that the fund.
What's the budget for Parks and Rec? We're almost like, we went up by.
Yeah, it's actually looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, by
nowadays.
30%, 40%.
Compared to what has been in the past, So yeah, $190,000 favorability.
Yeah, so
For
we
Park
infused,
and Rec, when you look at fire,
we've infused 200-something thousand dollars into
Yeah.
Park and Rec, and here we're gonna take 140. And with we passed
yeah,
Proposition A,
$72,000
Yeah,
for fire.
Yeah.
But fire has had a big hit.
Yeah.
With the admin costs, and,
Yeah.
and it's not to say that this is wrong.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
not saying
maybe
it's
we
wrong.
were probably doing it incorrectly in
Yeah.
the past,
We're
it's
just-
just, it is now a
we
big
need to-
hit.
Yeah, we need to change something to allow for a little bit of more balance. Because that's what I was talking about initially when I said, what were those numbers based on this, our current split? Obviously, that if, things have changed now, so I think that should change, that split should change as well.
Well, like Jeff said, it was because we added in the asset, she added in the asset replacement funding, it's calculated into this. And so,
That was really done to benefit fire. I mean, it was a way of moving more of the contributions from water and sewer. You're looking at the older version of the report, so I know that's a disadvantage, but what it ended up doing is shifting costs. When we added asset replacement to it, it shifted costs to water and sewer
that were in fire.
that were in fire from the prior draft of
From
this,
the prior
not something.
draft. So we actually reduced,
Yes.
Yeah.
Fires. we
Yeah, it
reduced
was-
it compared to the draft that was
It was like
originally given to
26%
the
or something, wasn't it the first draft?
Yeah, it's, I never find it, but.
You know, there are other things to do besides just property taxes and CFD that we could help the fire department out with, but. Okay, so you want to know, Jeff, if we're agreeing to this administration allocation review, if we agree with this, we want
Yeah,
action on that tonight.
well, my plan is to, the admin and finance committee wanted this adopted as a part of our policy, so it creates a record that doesn't get lost over time. And so my thought was, now that we've incorporated it into the budget and you've reviewed the budget, would be to come back at your next board meeting on consent and adopt a resolution that incorporates this in some way with your strategic financial policies. That way, when you adopt the budget later that same night, after the public hearing, which includes all of its findings, it's fully incorporated into this budget. It will have been, it's adopted and the budget reflects the adopted allocation plan.
So if we buy a new fire engine, it's gonna make the asset replacement fund costs go up, it's gonna make this percentage go up in the future years.
Well, only if everything else stays the same, right? If other costs go up in other funds, that effect would be muted, but yes. Anything that you do to.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure
Yeah,
out.
but so let me change the example. If expenses in water go down, but sewer go up over time, sewer's gonna pay a larger share. Same thing with fire. And yes, if you contribute more in asset replacement with fire, its costs will go up. But only if all the other costs remain fixed. And I really can't say is we're talking about this $80,000 asset replacement contribution associated with a new engine, but I haven't put together the time to say what's likely to happen in the water and the wastewater funds. Let me rephrase that. No, we have huge costs going in wastewater as we deal with the new permit. I'm very confident over the next many years, costs for wastewater are gonna end up going up. That's gonna drive up its expenses. That's gonna drive up its asset replacement contribution. Does that fully offset whatever you do with fire? I don't know, but they're not gonna be stagnant, right? These numbers are gonna continue to shift a little bit.
We also have the Evers Park project too, that will.
Yeah, it's gonna,
asset replacement.
yes,
Oh, because of the playground and stuff.
yeah, we're gonna spend $1 million. It's gonna be amortized. It's gonna happen throughout the district. By tractor and water and sewer, you're gonna be contributing to asset replacement on that.
Well, I'm okay. Seems like a logical way to do it. So the finance committee recommended us adopting this, so. Who's on the finance committee?
Wayne and I.
We just lost confidence.
Me.
I'm kidding.
I mean,
Oh, you're not.
I've been on the finance committee with you.
I know.
We never agreed on anything.
That's not true.
Oh, we agree to disagree. So, okay.
Okay, so,
Yeah, so I guess what we're doing then is agreeing to put the RGS report to adopt that. And then to go ahead with the budget, including the landscaping maintenance included in.
I think we're doing it in reverse, but.
Well,
We went through all the funds. I think we were set with where we go, expecting some minor changes for the Parks and Rec, right? And then the draft budget already includes this fully incorporated. It was just my recommendation that if this is gonna be adopted, the logical time to adopt it is before you adopt the budget, because it's in the budget.
and then once it's adopted, it will also then become part of our finance policies.
Yes. It doesn't mean it's set in stone. It doesn't mean.
No,
you
no,
pick
no, but
something else.
it's the methodology that we're using
Yes.
to make the allocation, so.
How do we feel about looking at the tax property split? Are we willing to look at that and see?
The property tax.
Yeah, the property tax.
So I just did some rough calculations. If we changed fire to 75%. And you kept streetlights the same at 1.75 and reduced park and rec to 23.25%. It drops park and rec by roughly $40,000. So and then we give 40,000 extra to fire, but it's really not doing a whole heck of a lot. So is it worthwhile in doing? Is my point. I mean,
If you do that plus, you know, the CFD fund, that
It
the
helps.
two then adds up, so. I mean, to me, 70,000 would be
although I
think
would
it should be a
like to
bigger
see it.
discussion on what type
I
of
agree.
budget, maybe.
Well,
I don't know about a
wanna do
workshop, but
this
a bigger discussion on what is available for the fire department without pulling from other departments. Kind of, I would like kind of a bigger discussion of options, because I feel like these are knee-jerk discussions to take from here and to take from there. And we are affecting other departments that also provide a service, not saying that one service is better than the other or more priority than the other, but I think that there is a need to discuss the shortfall within our fire department and explore other revenue sources that we can explore. With maybe the options of exploring these different reallocations of the impact fees and the CF funds and the property taxes, but I just don't want to do a knee-jerk discussion on that without exploring.
we get
all
it.
the options.
On CFD is we don't need the funds right now. So leave the CFD, because we're not making a purchase just yet to say, oh, we need to use those funds to
But
do
that's not
something.
what she's asking.
I know, but what I'm saying is I would not want to commit CFD funds to anything right now.
But in a
because-
workshop, we could say that.
I don't, but there isn't a need right now, is my point.
For a
There-
workshop?
No, to allocate CFD funds, because if you look at the operating budgets are fine for all the departments. Except for drainage.
But that's just for the near future, but we have this long-term problem that's lingering.
But I wouldn't want to allocate CFD. I think the property tax distribution, it really becomes a moot point because the fire department is fine in terms of its operating expense.
But.
I don't know that
based
you
on
would agree
the-
with that the budget is fine.
I think, well,
I don't think that the fire department budget is fine. I mean,
well, it's not running into deficit. It has a favorable balance.
but we're headed towards one, right?
Yeah.
Well, if
Yeah,
we
but
quickly
you said-
fire-
but here's my point is, I think looking at the property tax distribution, this has been in place for multiple years.
We're not saying to change.
Hear me out. My point is that how it's distributed, we don't know how this distribution came about. And I think that's what we need to question is, what's the methodology behind the distribution? Is this the appropriate distribution? I don't want to start saying, well, let's take here and there, because it's pittance when you look at it in the grand scheme of things.
That's why I
And it's a knee-jerk
other.
reaction, because I think it's a matter of saying, what's the basis? What's the philosophy behind or reasoning for having the distribution the way it is. The CFD I look at is for when there's a need for funding a capital expenditure. That's really what the intent was, and we're not there yet.
Okay, that was,
And I
When
mean,
was last
but
time
if
there
you
was
look at the CFD document, its latitude is
2020.
flexible.
2020.
that was for
Okay,
capital
so
expenditure.
I think that there are a multitude of financial considerations that we need to look at for in my point of view, the fire department doesn't have a healthy budget because we know that when we did the 10-year forecasts at about year 7 or 8, you were falling short, correct? Or 6, something like that. So we know that we have to look at that. We can't.
So you're looking at the capital budget.
Okay, can I just finish?
Well, no, I want to be clear of what budget you're speaking of, the operating budget or the capital budget?
Well, I'm talking about the operating budget there, but I'm saying, I think we need to have a holistic workshop, what were you calling, strategic planning workshop that looks at different sources of income, that looks at, how can we increase our CFD funds? How can we increase our fire department funds? How can we, do things what tools do we have all together? Like a company does, like a corporation does, that says, here are our pitfalls coming up in the future. How can we avoid these? Because when we were elected to the board, the 4 of us, the fire department was out the door almost at that point. It had been kicked down the road, and finally we did Measure A, and that passed. And so, we can't, all of us can't leave the board, and then in 4 years from now, the fire department is short on money. And so I think that what I hear Khulud saying is a strategic budget workshop to look at various, or look at all of the ways that we can raise revenues, look at all the ways that we can differently allocate things. There's a multitude of things, rather than just focusing on the tax allocation and the CFD allocation. What other, we know we have a drainage concern, we know we have a light concern. How do we approach these also? We have a big picture going forward for the future board members not to hate us.
It's more about being proactive instead of reactive. Right now, we're good, we're healthy. Why not take advantage and be proactive and see that long-term, the fire department has this need that needs to be addressed, and put a plan in place, or explore plans that we can put in place instead of kind of flying by the seat of our pants here a little bit.
Well, I think we know the sources of revenue. I mean, that's.
But
a
we
given.
don't, we're
don't.
being told.
No, we do. We know exactly where our revenue comes from. We know
Okay, so
exactly where our
may I
sources
ask something? What's your objection to having a strategic planning workshop?
Because I just don't know that it's going to be productive. That's why. Because I'm not sure what we're trying to achieve, and whether or not it's going to be productive. That's why. Because we know, and here's the thing, if we allocate CFD funds, correct me if I'm wrong, but those funds would be locked into wherever we allocate them.
No, I think you have a lot of flexibility about how you utilize this.
We could, if we said, oh, fire, we could pull them back.
Well, you could allocate them annually differently.
Right, annually.
So whatever is accumulated, but once it's been allocated. it's-
Well, I'd say once it's been spent, it's gonna be pretty hard. to
Okay, well,
recover.
spent is one thing, but I mean, allocated, if we said, okay, we'll put it into the fire
Yeah,
budget.
it doesn't set it in stone going forward.
Okay.
You're going to have the ability to change that allocation as often as you want. Just keep in mind, the money really only comes twice a year, right? It comes with the property taxes, so you could, my assumption was you'd be making the allocation through the budget process annually, and it might change from year to year. I think before we start talking about allocating it, I'd want everybody to review the formation documents and the intent, and what it was designed for, and not, we can be pretty creative, but still, I want to make sure that we're not gonna, ourselves at risk from a taxpayer who pays the Melrose, pays the CFD funds to challenge how it's being used, so. But you have quite a bit of flexibility, you're not gonna be locked in. But this budget doesn't begin to allocate it. You could do so during the year, you could do so next year in the budget, you could review next year's draft budget and decide you still don't need to allocate it, preserve your flexibility. I think you have a number of options. You know, just my take on this was the admin and finance committee, back when this admin allocation plan was put forward, did express a lot of concerns about what is that gonna mean? And is this gonna create an urgent problem? Well, we put the budget together and there's been a lot of changes that affect the funds in terms of how we deal with retiree medical and how we dealt with UAL, and we've saved some funds, and even incorporating this, the fire fund still is producing a surplus that exceeds what the model thought, not very significantly. And it's still based on this very careful use of resources. And so when we brought this forward to the admin and finance committee a few weeks ago, they recommended not divvying up or attacking the CFD at this time. And there wasn't a discussion at that meeting as to whether or not to change the property tax allocation. So that's where we stand. You could contemplate all of these things, you know, now or going forward, but
Again, I mean, you're saying you know where all our income comes from. Okay, how about brainstorming where we could get additional income from? I mean, isn't that part of what you do at a workshop?
Well, yeah, but a workshop has to be very structured for it to be successful, and who's gonna facilitate the workshop? Want to hire a consultant to do that?
What we did last time.
I just don't know that it's gonna be worthwhile.
Well, so we have $140,000 in,
Good night, Jerry.
Jerry, in expenses that most of us are not happy about going to the fire department. Isn't it part of our job to look at a way of offsetting that?
It is what it is. It's
That's
the
not-
allocation, the philosophy behind the allocation, I think we all supported. I don't know that there's gonna be, I mean, where do you think you're gonna
But
get
we're not
additional
talking
revenue?
about reallocating.
Where do you think you're gonna get additional revenue?
I can tell you a couple different sources off the top of my head.
Okay.
Okay, one being, we have 20 years of outstanding water allocations. The moment we allow them or encourage them to let them loose or whatever, we get property taxes. Undeveloped land right now doesn't bring in as much property taxes as development. Okay, so that's one source.
So wait a minute, you think
Okay.
that, but just because we.
No, listen, I'm not saying anything. I'm saying it is one thing we should review. How about Jamie Kirk came forward that if we allowed a water meter to be split, which you can meter, split water allocations. If I live in a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath house, a studio apartment doesn't use anywhere near the water I use. And so her model she gave us at a thing was it brought in over $300,000 annually to the fire department. And so John Pachon was all like, hey, let's do an assisted living. Let's do a trial run, do one speculation project, see if your people like that. This board didn't want to go there. Jamie presented it. I mean, there's other things that we could do on, I mean, $300,000 annually to the fire department helps him out a lot. You know, doesn't asset
But I
replacement.
think we've been
but-
down this road before though, Tam, and I think that the bottom line is that if we have water available, doesn't mean that there's gonna be development. And even if there's development, the tail on that development is quite long, but there's no guarantee that there's gonna be revenue from that. There isn't.
Didn't we just have something shown to us that says that if you have this development on a slideshow presented by a consultant that says, if you have this development, here's the revenue you're going to be getting in that then will facilitate income to your department.
if there's development,
Okay, well, if there isn't any development, then the whole fire department is, and your fire fee is stupid. Is what you're saying, because you're saying our ability to fund our fire department in the future. Then is not happening because there will be zero development. So therefore, we're losing our fire department in 4 years now.
what I'm
Basically,
hearing is that you want to change how we allocate water units and.
no, I am not. I am saying we need a workshop. That's what I'm saying. We need something to figure out how we can fix these budgets that aren't making things. And all you hear from me, all you, I don't know about you, but I know what Deborah's hearing, and I'm not positive about Wayne over there, is that I want to promote development. No, I want to save the fire department. Why I got on the board with that. I want to make sure that we don't, when I retire from this board, you retire, or Wayne retires, we don't kick the problems down to the next board. Like they did to us, where we had to go and bang on every door. And I had the party at my house, you were all there. We were sweating bullets until it came out that Measure A passed. Nobody would drink anything, people wouldn't socialize, we were all nervous as heck. And then it came out that it passed, and we were all like, thank God we could save our fire department. I don't want that to happen to the next board. I think we have a fiscal responsibility to hold a workshop and look at options. And God knows, I would love every department head here to come in and say, this is what they've done at other projects. This is what they've done here. Bring ideas in. I have only X amount of ideas, but it's always put on me that all I want to do is change the water, whatever you said. That's not true. Those fees are set. But if we could bring in $300,000 to the fire department, I think we should look at that. I mean, that's pretty negligent on our part, I think, as a board, when we could do that, possibly.
So I just want to make sure you have a lot of latitude because you're in this budget workshop, but try to keep your discussion just surrounding the budget. I don't think you're way too far out, but
It's not agendized.
Well, but the budget is agendized, and we're discussing having a budget workshop. So.
Okay, why don't we, who's in favor of having a budget workshop? Who's not in favor? Okay.
I know that was an official vote that we could have on the agenda to vote on budget.
It wasn't, but it's,
I don't know if that.
you have three people.
Binding vote, but okay.
I would say if there's ideas.
I think
that
the
people
discussion
have-
is closed.
I think people have ideas, I think they can be put forth to the general manager.
Then which has to be okay to be agendized by the president, and the president is not in favor of holding a workshop. And so I would like to have it, I would like to know why, so I can put it on Templeton Crowd, why we don't want to hold a budget workshop to save our fire department, of which we discussed measure of. That's what I would like. Should I have written statements from the three of you as to why you don't want to hold the budget
And
workshop?
My thing is if there's ideas for increasing revenue, I think those ideas should go before the general manager. And there's nothing that prevents that from occurring.
I'll be bringing back the admin allocation plan for formal consideration and the budget for formal consideration, with you expecting some minor tweaks potentially to the Parks and Rec fund expenditures. Yes.
So.
No, we've got a couple more items.
Okay.
We're done with item C. Right. So the next item on the agenda is the general manager's report, if you'd like that.
Oh, okay, we're done with the budget.
Done with the budget.
Okay. General manager.
I just have a couple of items to add. You know, one, I'll let you know, we had the pretty significant fire at recycling Saturday that flared up again Sunday. We're planning on doing a briefing on that at your next meeting on June 20th. We've got some good drone video footage and expose some issues we have with the engine and things like that, that the fire chief can explain on the 20th with some supporting video evidence. That fires, you know, that the business is operational, refuse collection occurred yesterday and today, and as of yesterday afternoon, the operator was prepared to reopen the facility as of today. I don't have confirmation that occurred, but I suspect it did. And then secondly, you'll recall we had 11 relinquished water units that we were processing, or we were releasing a relinquished unit from a church. And those units were accepted yesterday with a binding agreement, which was fully executed today to Wyrick. And they're assigned on 2 parcels of Wyrick's property that was on the wait list from way back when. So 11 units there. Those are the items that I had. Happy to answer questions of the information I've shared with you over the past while.
Questions from the board? No. Any questions from the public? I assume we have something. Zoom. Okay, hearing none, committee reports. Like they are for administrative, finance committee, TAG, park and rec, and facilities committee. Any questions on those? No. Any questions from the public?
I'll just remind you that we're doing really short minutes on these committee meetings. Those have been really long meetings, the ones we had a couple weeks ago. If you're interested in the meat and potatoes of it, go on to the website and watch the videos, watch the whole meeting on YouTube. You know, it's some extensive discussions, some of those topics.
Yeah, for facilities, there's a food department, ponds and issues with that's coming up. That's gonna be a very big deal too. We have something that we have to deal with over the next 2 years. So.
Shortfall in revenue, apparently, which we're not going to address.
Okay, any reports from the directors or comments? Seeing none, then we're gonna go back and we're gonna have to go into closed session, is that correct?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
don't have to, but.
So I'll close the meeting and we will